Welcome to this exclusive presentation of live high school summer sports coverage on the one to count on for today's local sports, KNIA KRLS, streaming at KNIAKRLS.com and on the free KNIA KRLS app. We'll get you ready for all of tonight's action with our keys to the game, starting lineups, colors of the game, and more. Now let's head to the field for all the exciting action on the one to count on for today's local sports coverage, KNIA and KRLS.
Have you ever heard that if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is? So when you hear things like buy this item and you'll get something else for free, there's usually a catch. Heinz Mechanical, your premier Lennox residential and commercial dealer in Indianola, doesn't play games like the other HVAC dealers do. Heinz Mechanical will give a fair and honest deal on only quality Lennox heating and cooling system. Let Heinz Mechanical help you and your family and your business stay comfortable. They sell only the best and service all brands. Call 515-337-2074. Heinz Mechanical, service done right.
You're a true Midwesterner. You know how to handle the cold, but can your roof? Winter's freezing temps, ice, and snow can be just as tough on your roof as summer storms. If you're unsure whether your roof is up to the challenge, call Wolf Roofing today for a free, no-obligation inspection. At Wolf Roofing, we treat your home like it's our own, with care. That's the Wolf way. Call 515-225-8866 or visit wolfroofing.net to schedule your appointment. Wolf Roofing, local, experienced, and trusted by Central Iowans for over 30 years.
If you have a sump pump, you should strongly consider having a new smart breaker installed before the next storm hits. At Centerpoint Electric, we're here to help with any electrical project you have, big or small. We can install a smart breaker to monitor your sump pump's usage 24/7, detecting issues like motor overloads or electrical shorts before they become disasters. You'll get real-time alerts right on your phone, so you can act fast and keep your basement dry. Check us out online at centerpoint-electric.com. We're wired for excellence.
The battery-powered lawn equipment you've always wanted is here. Toro's Flex Force line of walk mowers and lawn tools are easy to use, fast, quiet, and just as powerful as gas-powered. No hassles, no cords, and virtually no maintenance. Check out Toro's line of Flex Force lawn mowers and lawn tools at DeRuyter Lawn Equipment in Pella.
Is pain interfering with your ability to enjoy life? At Kinetic Edge Physical Therapy, we work hard to find the root of the problem so you can feel better and function better. Choose Kinetic Edge to get back to living a healthy, happy, hope-filled life. We have clinics in Newton, Colfax, Pella, Oskaloosa, Des Moines, Ames, Albia, and Centerville. Learn more about us and our services for people of all ages at kineticedgept.com or call us at any of our locations.
Unity Point Clinic Norwalk provides family medicine for people of all ages in Norwalk and the surrounding area. Conveniently located at 801 Colonial Circle and open Monday through Thursday 7:30 to 5:30 and Fridays 7:30 to 5, Unity Point Clinic Norwalk can provide a variety of services for your physical, emotional, and mental health needs, such as routine checkups, immunizations, annual physical exams, and other preventative care. When it comes to your health, trust the professionals at Unity Point Clinic in Norwalk.
The horn on the car goes beep, 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 beep. The horn on the car goes beep, beep, beep at Central Tire and Auto.
You probably don't need your horn fixed, but if you do, Central Tire and Auto can help with your horn and almost any other issue you have. For tires, front end work, there are no appointment oil change, and full mechanical work on your vehicle. Stop and see Sean DeWard and his crew next to Walmart in Pella. Everybody now.
Central Tire and Auto.
Do you want a career where you can pursue joy? Hearthstone and Pella is looking for RNs and LPNs to join the team at the cottages, and they're offering a pretty spectacular sign-on bonus of $5,000 for new full-time nurses and $3,000 for part-time. You'll have the opportunity to directly and positively impact the health and well-being of the residents at the cottages. To apply for the RN or LPN position, visit wesleylife.org/Hearthstone and click Join Our Team, or call Ann at 620-4162.
Employee pricing at DeArmond Ford Indianola with additional discounts all month long. New 2024 F-150s with over $20,000 off plus 5.9% for 84 months. Get a new Ford Bronco with employee pricing plus 3.9% for 72 months. Employee pricing on new Bronco Sports plus $750 off. And new Expeditions with over $6,000 off with employee pricing at DeArmondFord.com.
All right, here on hopefully what is the Pella Dutch network. Hopefully that is still up and running. Unfortunately, the radio portion of our broadcast is having some technical difficulties, so we're going to call this game as if we're here. The opening pitch presented by Dutch Mill Supply was in for ball number 1 as the starter for Pella, Nathan Vanderloon, has a 2-0 count now on Brecken Ritzert. Again, our opening pitch is presented by Dutch Mill Supply in Pella, your only local lumberyard and building material supplier in Pella. Brecken Ritzert with a foul ball down the first baseline makes the count 2-1. Our game time temperature presented by Van Haften Plumbing and Heating. While we are here at the moment, we will take a look at that. It is 81 degrees and partly cloudy here in Pella. That's the game time temperature presented by Van Haften Plumbing and Heating. Your local cooling and heating experts. You'll rest easy when you pick up the phone and hear
Van Haften.
And our McCall Monumental Radio keys to the game for Pella. It's going to be jumping out to an early lead. That's what Norwalk did the other night. And able to do that for Pella Christian. It'll be the pitching in this game. How far can the pitching get him as Brecken Ritzert on the 3-1 offering lines one into center field just past the outstretched glove of Isaiah Kettler. Brecken Ritzert in safely at second with a leadoff double for Pella Christian. Great effort there by Kettler, just not quite able to get the arm outstretched enough as Ritzert in safely there with the leadoff double. The center fielder now batting will be the pitcher number 15, Elliot Miniga for Pella Christian. So look to batter in Ritzert here. So Elliot Minning there, our starting lineup, our McCall Monumental Radio keys to the game, again brought to you by McCall Monument. Don't burden your loved ones with planning your memorial after you're gone. Pre-plan your memorial and trust the family at McCall Monument, the area's leading monument designer and installer on Old Highway 163 West in Pella. Our starting lineup is presented by Pella Real Estate Services. We'll start with the Eagles leading off, as we just mentioned. Center fielder number 1, Brecken Ritzert. Batting second to the pitcher number 15, Elliot Miniga. Batting third, the first baseman number 25, Grant Kelderman. Cleanup batter is the catcher number 19, Connor Van Zee. Batting fifth is the left fielder number 18, Josiah Vink. Batting sixth, the shortstop number 4, Garrett Wheeler. Batting seventh, the third baseman number 3, Ben Van Weingarten. Batting eighth, the second baseman number 5, Dean Durande. And batting ninth, the right fielder number 11, Hudson Ritzert. That is our starting lineup for Pella Christian, presented by Pella Real Estate Services. For the Dutch is Nathan Vanderloon, fires in strike number 1. Their leadoff batter is the third baseman number 5, Hayes Lautenbach. Batting second is the shortstop number 11, Landon Bethards. Batting third, the center fielder number 9, Isaiah Kettler. Batting fourth, the catcher number 4, Anderson Sherm. Batting fifth is the second baseman number 14, Samuel Carlson. Batting sixth is the right fielder number 3, Lake Cowman. As Elliot Minigan lays down a perfect bunt, he'll beat it out. Ritzert up to third as the Eagles have runners on the corners here against Vanderloon. Bringing up Grant Kelderman, who hit a home run Wednesday night in the 7th inning to secure the win for Pella Christian over Moravia. Continue on with Pella's starting lineup. Batting 7th is the left fielder number 12, Lincoln Kosuer. Batting 8th is the first baseman number 7, Brandon Knox. And batting 9th is the pitcher number 1, Nathan Vanderloon. Those are the starting lineups presented by Pella Real Estate Services. They're a full-service brokerage with a lineup that includes residential and commercial real estate, acreages, property management, storage facilities, and both short and long-term rental options. Call 6281-BUY for Pella Real Estate Services. You're listening to Pella and Pella Christian High School Baseball, powered by Bank Iowa on KNIA, KRLS.com, KRLS2, and on the Pella Dutch Live. Hopefully we are getting ready. Hopefully things are starting to pick back up here as we again are having those technical difficulties on KRLS2. But hopefully we're still here on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel as Grant Kelderman has a 0-2 count against Nathan Vanderloon. Curveball nearly got Kelderman to swing. He holds off as ball 1 as Sherm blocks that one, keeps it in front of him, and keeps the runners on the corners. And Kelderman swings underneath the breaking ball of Vanderloon. Strike 3, out number 1, as Connor Van Zee will come up with runners on the corners now as Kelderman goes down swinging. Josiah Vink is on the on-deck circle. Vandaloon going to throw a pickoff over to first base. Not going to be in time to get Meninga. Vandaloon coming set for the first offering to Connor Van Zee. It's a breaking ball that'll miss the zone outside for ball 1. Breaking ball. One ball, one strike, the count here. Van Zee on the 1-1 offering, taking strike number 2 here. Vandaloon working back. One, two, one out.
Welcome to this exclusive presentation of live high school summer sports coverage on the one to count on for today's local sports, KNIA KRLS, streaming at KNIAKRLS.com and on the free KNIA KRLS app. We'll get you ready for all of tonight's action with our keys to the game, starting lineups, colors of the game, and more. Now let's head to the field for all the exciting action on the one to count on for today's local sports coverage, KNIA and KRLS.
All right, welcome back here on KNIA, KRLS.com on the KRLS2 stream. It's the Tulip City Showdown between Pella and Pella Christian. Hopefully everything now officially up and functioning here for our contest. Unfortunately, what you've missed so far on KRLS2 and hopefully not on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel is during our technical difficulties, Brecken Ritzert for Pella Christian. He led off with a double that went just past the outstretched glove of Isaiah Kettler in center field. Elliot Meninga followed that up with a bunt where he ended up reaching on a single. He was trying to bunt Ritzer to third, which he did. Grant Kelderman went down via a strikeout. Connor Van Zee popped out behind second base. And now Josiah Vink will ground out to the shortstop. Landon Bethards to end the top of the first inning. So the Eagles put a pair on the corners, not able to convert. We're going to go ahead and take a timeout as you're listening to Pella and Pella Christian High School Baseball, powered by Bank Iowa on KNIA, KRLS.com, Knoxville, Pella, and Newton, and KRLS HD2, Knoxville, Pella, Newton. Bank Iowa supports Pella and Pella Christian High School athletics and reminds everyone,
let's make it happen.
We will go ahead and take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll get you through all the pregame stuff that was missed when we return on KNIA, KRLS.com.
Have you ever heard that if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is? So when you hear things like buy this item and you'll get something else for free, there's usually a catch. Hines Mechanical, your premier Lennox residential and commercial dealer in Indianola, doesn't play games like the other HVAC dealers do. Hines Mechanical will give a fair and honest deal on only quality Lennox heating and cooling system. Let Hines Mechanical help you and your family and your business stay comfortable. They sell only the best and service all brands. Call 515-337-2074. Hines Mechanical, service done right.
You're a true Midwesterner. You know how to handle the cold. But can your roof? Winter's freezing temps, ice, and snow can be just as tough on your roof as summer storms. If you're unsure whether your roof is up to the challenge, call Wolf Roofing today for a free, no-obligation inspection. At Wolf Roofing, we treat your home like it's our own, with care. That's the Wolf way. Call 515-225-8866 or visit wolfroofing.net to schedule your appointment. Wolf Roofing, local, experienced, and trusted by Central Iowans for over 30 years.
If you have a sump pump, you should strongly consider having a new smart breaker installed before the next storm hits. At Centerpoint Electric, we're here to help with any electrical project you have, big or small. We can install a smart breaker to monitor your sump pump's usage 24/7, detecting issues like motor overloads or electrical shorts before they become disasters. You'll get real-time alerts right on your phone, so you can act fast and keep your basement dry. Check us out online at centerpoint-electric.com. We're wired for excellence.
All right, welcome back to the bottom of the first inning between Pella and Pella Christian. In case you missed it, presented by the veterinarians at Tri-County Veterinary Clinic in Pella, which I know we unfortunately missed a lot. Pella Christian led off Brecken Ritzert on a 3-1 count. He doubled into center field. Elliot Minninga followed that up by bunting him over to third base and reaching base safely himself, but then the Eagles went down in order. Grant Kelderman via the punch-out, Connor Vinzi and a pop-out behind second base, and Josiah Vink with a weakly hit ground ball to the shortstop, Landon Bethards, who touched second base to retire Minninga there for the final out of the inning. We'll come back and get you the pregame stuff that we unfortunately missed as our opening pitch presented by Dutch Mill Supply in Pella. Here in the bottom of the first inning is ball 1 and then ball 2 following for Minninga. Again, opening pitch is presented by Dutch Mill Supply in Pella, your only locally owned lumberyard and building material supplier. He's Lautenbach taking ball 3 now, 3-0 the count, as we do our McCall Monumental Radio Keys to the Game. As we mentioned for Pella, it's jumping out early on top of this Eagles squad. For Pella Christian, it's the pitching, can't give up free passes. That was one of the things that hurt him in Game 1 against Norwalk on Monday night. Game number 2, kind of limited the free passes, got a masterful pitching performance from Grant Kelderman to start, and really kind of rode that momentum to an extra innings loss there, but it was a good showing as Lautenbach takes ball 4 now, and he'll reach via the walk. Again, those are our McCall Monumental Radio Keys to the Game. Don't burden your loved ones with planning your memorial after you're gone. Pre-plan your memorial and trust the family at McCall Monument, the area's leading monument designer and installer on Old Highway 163 West in Pella. Our starting line is presented by Pella Real Estate Services. For Pella Christian, defensively, they will go with Connor Van Zee behind the plate, Elliot Minninga on the bump. Grant Kelderman's at first base as Landon Bethards skies one into center field. Brecken Ritzert will range back and make the catch there. Again, defensively, Grant Kelderman's at first. Dean Durande making the start at second base tonight. Garrett Wheeler at shortstop. Ben Van Weingarten is at third. In left field is Josiah Vink. Center field, Brecken Ritzert. And in right field is Hudson Ritzert. For Pella, he's Lautenbach. He led off with the walk here, followed by Landon Bethards' fly out to center field. Now it's Isaiah Kettler, the center fielder. Anderson Sherm, the catcher, will bat cleanup. Samuel Carlson playing second base, wearing number 14. He'll bat fifth. Batting sixth will be the right fielder, number 3, Lake Kalman. Batting seventh, the left fielder, number 12, Lincoln Kosuer. Batting eighth is the first baseman, number 7, Brandon Knox. And batting ninth is the pitcher, number 1, Nathan Vanderloon. As Minninga will try a pickoff, not going to be in time. And those are our starting lineups presented by Pella Real Estate Services. They're a full-service brokerage with a lineup that includes residential and commercial real estate, acreages, property management, storage facilities, and both short and long-term rental options. Call 628-1-BUY for Pella Real Estate Services. Foul ball off the bat of Kettler there, as the count goes to 1-1 here for Minninga against Kettler. Our game time temperature presented by Van Haften Plumbing and Heating is 81 degrees, which is nice and crisp here. And Minninga with a pickoff to try to get Lautenbach. Throws it to right field. Kelderman able to run it down and keep the runner from going to third. But Lautenbach in safely at second base, with just one away here for the Dutch. Again, our game time temperature is presented by Van Haften Plumbing and Heating, your local cooling and heating experts. You'll rest easy when you pick up the phone in here.
Van Haften.
Minninga. Looking at Lautenbach at second. Brings the breaking ball, but left it way upstairs above Kettler. In there for ball 2. So 2-1 the count here. And I think we have caught back up to where we need to be. in terms of everything going on here and the mayhem of technical difficulties. Thanks for those who stuck with us through that as Kettler swings and misses at the 2-1 offering, makes the count 2-2 with one away here in the bottom of the first inning. 0-0 remains our score between Pella Christian and Pella. The Eagles put runners on the corners in the first inning, in the top half of the first inning, I should say. Unable to do anything with it. And Kettler laces one into left center field. Brecken Ritzert ranging over, making the sliding grab to take away a base hit from Kettler. Ritzert shaded pretty heavily towards left field there and able to make the play to retire Kettler. And that'll bring up Anderson Sherm, the catcher for the Dutch. He'll step in to face Miniga for the first time here in this one. Our Marion County Bank radio scoreboard looking at the contest that we have going on tonight. Softball getting ready to start up. Their broadcast over on 92.1 KRLS for the Tulip City Showdown here between Pella and Pella Christian. And they have not started yet, obviously, but they will be starting here in about 15 minutes or so. Is Minninga on the 1-0 offering. Fires. Sherms spikes that one into the ground. Foul down the third base line. Continuing on with our Marion County Bank radio scoreboard. As we mentioned, softball getting ready to start up. Knoxville baseball and softball taking on Albia tonight. Those games will be on later. Norwalk baseball and softball have a doubleheader at Oskaloosa. Newton and Indianola baseball and softball have a doubleheader. Softball can be heard live on 94.3 KNIA and on the KRLS 3 stream. PCM baseball and softball take on Roland Story tonight. Twin Cedars baseball, Scott Melcher Dallas. We have no scores to report on as of yet, but that's our first look at the Marion County Bank radio scoreboard. Marion County's financial leader is Marion County Bank, with offices in Pella, Knoxville, and Melcher Dallas. They're serving you and building community across the county. 2-1 offering for Miniga as the last pitch missed high for ball 2. The 2-1 found the zone for strike 2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs for Miniga here, facing off against Anderson Sherm in the bottom of the first inning, where Pella and Pella Christian baseball are tied at 0-0. Miniga taking another look at Lautenbach. No real hold. Pitch just above the zone. Connor Van Zee thought he had strike 3 caught there. Umpire not going for it. Our umpire's wearing 2 different colored uniforms tonight, but hopefully we're all set now. Dean Durande showing a hold of Lautenbach at second. The full count offering, and Miniga throws it behind Sherm. Not what he was intending to do. But it'll walk him as a game reset wired by Center Point Electric here.
Second baseman, Samuel Carlson.
It'll be Samuel Carlson as the pinch runner or the courtesy runner will be Owen Kettler coming out to run for Sherm here after he drew the walk. But a game reset. Runners on second and first for Pella here in the bottom of the first inning. 0-0 our score. There's 2 outs, and it'll be the first pitch to Samuel Carlson coming up here on a game reset wired by Center Point Electric, where they're wired for excellence. Miniga fires. Carlson lines one. It gets through underneath the glove of Dean Durande at second base. It's going to plate at least 1 run. Owen Kettler held up at third as Kelderman will cut it off for Pella Christian. But the Dutch take a 1-0 lead here on the liner from Samuel Carlson. The Dean Durande just did not have the time to make the 2 or 3 steps over, get the glove flipped down onto the dirt as it just snuck underneath the glove there and into right center field to plate the run for Pella. I'll take that 1-0 lead here with 2 hits in the first inning. That's going to bring up Lake Kalman, the right fielder, the ever-dangerous bat for the Dutch. Lots of power for Kalman. He'll step in, looking for the opportunity to put the Dutch further ahead. Add a little bit of insurance here early on. After the Eagles were able to put runners on the corners in their half of the first. Miniga's breaking ball will bounce in the dirt. Connor Van Zee will do a nice job turning the glove over, backhanding that one and keeping it from going to the backstop. Again, runners on the corner for Pella with 2 away here in the bottom of the first. Kalman will golf this one out to center field, and Brecken Ritzert will size it up, make the catch. Miniga able to get Calvin to fly out, but not before the Dutch, able to scratch across the run on the Samuel Carlson RBI single. Pella 1, Pella Christian 0. As we go to the top of the second inning, when we return on KNIA, KRLS.com, the KRLS2 stream, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel.
The battery-powered lawn equipment you've always wanted is here. Toro's Flex Force line of walk mowers and lawn tools are easy to use, fast, quiet, and just as powerful as gas-powered. No hassles, no cords, and virtually no maintenance. Check out Toro's line of Flex Force lawn mowers and lawn tools at DeRuyter Lawn Equipment in Pella.
Is pain interfering with your ability to enjoy life? At Kinetic Edge Physical Therapy, we work hard to find the root of the problem so you can feel better and function better. Choose Kinetic Edge to get back to living a healthy, happy, hope-filled life. We have clinics in Newton, Colfax, Pella, Oskaloosa, Des Moines, Ames, Albia, and Centerville. Learn more about us and our services for people of all ages at kineticedgept.com or call us at any of our locations.
Unity Point Clinic Norwalk provides family medicine for people of all ages in Norwalk and the surrounding area. Conveniently located at 801 Colonial Circle and open Monday through Thursday 7:30 to 5:30 and Fridays 7:30 to 5, Unity Point Clinic Norwalk can provide a variety of services for your physical, emotional, and mental health needs, such as routine checkups, immunizations, annual physical exams, and other preventative care. When it comes to your health, trust the professionals at Unity Point Clinic in Norwalk.
Welcome back here on KNIA, KRLS.com, the KRLS2 stream. Garrett Wheeler steps into the box for the first time for Pella Christian to face Nathan Vanderloon, and he'll take strike number 1 to start off. Second pitch, misses. Ball 1 inside. Also here on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel for tonight's action. If you're joining us there, appreciate you joining in there. We appreciate those listening on the KRLS2 stream as well. It's Garrett Wheeler with a foul ball. If you're watching on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel, some cool additions made here over the offseason, adding in a couple of different camera views that are very, very neat to see on the YouTube stream as Garrett Wheeler takes strike 3 on the outer half. Nathan Vanderloon making quick work here to start the top of the second inning, needing just 4 pitches to record the punch-out. It's going to bring up third baseman, number 3, Ben Van Weingarten. As you'll notice on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel, though, they've got a camera out in center field, very much reminiscent of what you might see in the pro or college broadcast there from center field. Nice view of the plate. They also have a camera behind home plate as well that follows the action. As Van Weingarten takes ball 1 on the breaking ball that misses just outside. Now Vanderloon will come back for strike 1-2 Van Weingarten. On deck is Dean Durande for Pella Christian. He's seen sparse playing time so far this year for the Eagles. Has made some appearances, but was not in action on Monday night against the Norwalk Warriors. And I do not believe he was in action on Wednesday night down at Moravia as well. Could be wrong about that, but 2-2 the count here for Van Weingarten against Vanderloon after that last pitch missed. Vanderloon back into the windup here, ready to go for the 2-2 offering with 1 away. Van Weingarten, chopper to third. And unable to field it over there is number 5, Hayes Lautenbach. Went off the heel of the glove, took a nasty hop on him. And will result in Van Weingarten being safe at first. That'll bring up Dean Durande. Durande, the freshman. Again, hopping into the lineup here. Today at second base. Van Weingarten Got a healthy lead. Vandaloon with the pickoff. Van Weingarten back just in time, but looks like he's shaken up just a little bit there. Now he's good to go. He'll get back up and take his lead again as Vandaloon again will throw over. And we're going to get a Pella Motors timeout as Van Weingarten is a little bit shaken up. So our home plate umpire, or our base umpire, going to go over and check on him. He's also going to clean off the first base bag, give Van Weingarten a chance. I think he maybe just knocked the wind out of himself. Coach Minninga over there first base for the Eagles, also going to check on him. He's good to go, back on. That's been a Pella Motors timeout. At Pella Motors, you'll drive away happy. That is the Pella Motors guarantee. Dean Durande up to bat. He has started in just one game so far, played in two. Only 2 plate appearances, so this is plate appearance number 3. And he'll line this into left field. And the catch made a nice sliding grab out there in left field by Lincoln Kosur. For out number 2, Robin Durande of his first varsity hit.
Right fielder, Hudson Ritzert.
That'll bring up the number 9 batter for the Eagles, number 11, Hudson Ritzert, to face Nathan Vandaloon with 2 away here in the top of the second inning. Some great outfield plays. A sliding catch in the bottom, or in the bottom half of the first by Brecken Ritzert. Nice sliding grab there by Lincoln Kosur. Another pickoff for Vandaloon of Van Weingarten is going to be just a little bit off. Van Weingarten back out to the lead at first base. Vandaloon taking a look. Now throws in to Ritzert. Ball 1. Vandaloon checking to see where it was at. Don't know if that came through on the crowd mic we've got here, but regardless, try again with a 1-0 offering to Hudson Ritzert. Another pickoff attempt of Van Weingarten, not in time. Van Weingarten, I think, just looking at the dugout like, man, tired of this. Tired of having to dive back into first base. He had a smile on the face, though, so all good. The 1-0 to Hudson Ritzert. Outside, ball 2. Hudson Ritzert, the younger brother of center fielder Brecken Ritzert. They're playing center and right field tonight, batting 1 and 9th in the lineup. Ritzert taking ball 3 inside here. Looking to bring up older bro with the next at bat. Brecken led off the game with a double to center field for the Eagles, who trail 1-0 to the Dutch here of Pella in the Tulip City Showdown. 2 away, 3-0 count here in the top of the second inning. And that pitch will miss outside to Hudson Ritzert. So Ben Van Weingarten won't have to worry about diving back into first base anymore. He'll be at second, so he'll have to worry about diving in there potentially. Hudson Ritzert at first base as Brecken Ritzert steps back in, looking to improve on his 1-for-1 start to this game in the top of the second inning. Second baseman flashes at Van Weingarten as Brecken Ritzert takes ball 1 inside. Vandaloon, I think, showing a little bit of frustration. There's been some close pitches there in the zone that he has not gotten the benefit of the doubt on. The 1-0. That one will catch the zone, strike 1. Vandaloon kind of looked like he dropped down the arm angle just a little bit there. Ritzert on the season, 5 for 20 with 4 singles and now 2 doubles, make him 6 for 21 at the moment. Middle infielders flashing a hold at second base on Van Weingarten as the breaking ball for Vandaloon misses outside. Ball 2, 2-1 the count with 2 away. Again, Hudson Ritzert at first base, Ben Van Weingarten at second for Pella Christian as they trail 1-0 here with 2 outs in the top of the second inning. Brecken Ritzert at the plate for the Eagles batting against Vandaloon. Vandaloon in the dirt. Anderson Sherm with a great block for the Dutch. So he'll get a new baseball now for his pitcher as the count moves to 3-1. This is where Ritzert lined the single into center field in his first at-bat, which was followed by the bunt by Elliot Minninga. Perfectly placed down the third base line. And Ritzert will take ball 4. So Vandaloon will load the bases with his second walk of a Ritzert brother.
Now batting for the Eagles.
And Elliot Meninga will come up, looking to help himself up. He's pitching today, looking to help himself here in game number 1, as we're going to get our first Pella Motors timeout for a pitching conference, talking things over here. As we're again we're here in the top of the second inning, and the first of 3 matchups between the Tulip City baseball squads this year. A couple new baseballs coming in for our home plate umpire. All right, we're good to go. Coach will make his way off the field for the Dutch. And Meninga will step back into the box. Runners all retreat to their bags as well. Should say Hudson Ritzert retreats back to his bag. Second base, he moved over to third to just talk to Coach Feinart and Van Weingarten about the situation here. As Elliot Meninga with 2 outs, looking to help himself out, will take ball 1 outside. Vandaloon, again, thought he had something there on the corner. Did not get the benefit of the doubt as he goes back to the windup now to face Meninga with a 1-0 count. He'll fire. Meninga will hit this one off the handle. He'll score at least 1 run. Hudson Ritzert will make the turn, and not in time as he tried to avoid the tag, but a great throw by Isaiah Kettler in center field. Guns down the go-ahead run for the Eagles as we're tied up 1-1 on the RBI single of Elliot Meninga to score Ben Van Weingarten. We go to the bottom of the second inning with a 1-1 tie between Pella and Pella Christian here on KNIA, KRLS.com, and the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. Back after this.
The horn on the car goes beep, 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 beep. The horn on the car goes beep, beep, beep at Central Tire and Auto.
You probably don't need your horn fixed, but if you do, Central Tire and Auto can help with your horn and almost any other issue you have. For tires, front end work, there are no appointment oil change, and full mechanical work on your vehicle. Stop and see Sean DeWard and his crew next to Walmart in Pella. Everybody now.
Central Tire and Auto.
Do you want a career where you can pursue joy? Hearthstone and Pella is looking for RNs and LPNs to join the team at the cottages, and they're offering a pretty spectacular sign-on bonus of $5,000 for new full-time nurses and $3,000 for part-time. You'll have the opportunity to directly and positively impact the health and well-being of the residents at the cottages. To apply for the RN or LPN position, visit wesleylife.org/Hearthstone and click Join Our Team, or call Ann at 620-4162.
Employee pricing at DeArmond Ford Indianola with additional discounts all month long. New 2024 F-150s with over $20,000 off plus 5.9% for 84 months. Get a new Ford Bronco with employee pricing plus 3.9% for 72 months. Employee pricing on new Bronco Sports plus $750 off. And new Expeditions with over $6,000 off with employee pricing at DeArmondFord.com.
Welcome back here on KNIA, KRLS.com. Lincoln Kosuer up to bat, the left fielder for the Dutch in the number 7 spot. He took strike 1. Now a foul tip makes it strike 2 as we make our way into the bottom of the second inning, just leading it off here. And we are all set. Our color commentator has made his way into the building as well. He had some prior obligations as Russ Van Wyk joins us here in the booth for the start of the bottom of the second inning, and it'll be Lincoln Kosuer lacing a ball into left center field and into second base safely for a leadoff double here in the bottom of the second inning for the Dutch as they get off to another strong start here. Got off to a strong start in the first inning with a leadoff walk that resulted in an Isaiah Kettler run batted in the bottom of that first inning there, which scored – Sam Carlson, scoring Hayes Lautenbach. But, Russ, glad you were able to make it here. And as we mentioned, just great start to a great night of baseball here between the two Tulip City schools.
Yeah, you bet. Thanks for excusing my tardiness. And had to hit a graduation party that I wanted to go to. And it's good to be here watching some baseball with you.
Oh, absolutely. Bunt attempt there by number 7. Brandon Knox, the first baseman, batting in the number 8 hole. Missed the bunt. Strike 1. Again, it's Kosuer out at second base after the double into left center field, fielded by Brecken Ritzert out there. Elliot Miniga trying to work around the leadoff double. Knox shows bunt again. He'll get it down. Kelderman will field it. The first baseman, he'll toss it over to Dean Durande over there at first base for out number 1. But Kosuer, the go-ahead run for the Dutch as they try to regain the lead, goes back to third base. The Dutch will come out of the dugout here to welcome back Brandon Knox after he did the job that he was expected to do there. Moving the runner on the sacrifice. And Nathan Vanderloon, Elliot Miniga's counterpart, will try to help himself out. Miniga helping himself out there in the top of the second inning with the the single to score Ben Van Weingarten. The go-ahead run was cut down at the plate, and Hudson Ritzert. Miniga overthrows the fastball just a little bit for ball 1. Now Vanderloon will try to uneven the score. There's 1-1 here between Pella Christian and Pella in the bottom of the second inning. Miniga on the 1-0, misses high and inside, ball 2. On the way, Vanderloon settling back into the box. Right up on the chalk line there against the plate. On the inner half, and Miniga's breaking ball will find the dirt. Connor Van Zee with a great block to keep Kosuer at third.
Yeah, nice play by the catcher, keeping that in front of him.
3-0 the count here. As Miniga threatens to put runners on the corners. And that pitch will miss inside as Vanderloon will draw the walk. We'll see if he'll run for himself. It doesn't appear so. Looks like someone's getting ready to come out and looked like so. There it is.
Yep.
Courtesy runner on the way. That's going to be Landon Plima,
the third baseman,
the junior outfielder.
Lautenbach.
So Hayes Lautenbach will make his way to the plate for the second time. He drew a leadoff walk to start things off here. Came around to score the game's first run at the bottom of the first inning. Both teams already through the order here in inning back into the top of the order in inning number 2.
First and third, that's always an interesting situation, with only one out. They're going to do a little cat and mouse game on this or not.
Yeah, Miniga misses high and inside with a breaking ball. Didn't get enough break on that one.
Yeah, right. Didn't spin it through, did he?
No, and so we'll see what the Eagles try to do defensively, too. Plima's got a decent lead over there at first base. Wouldn't be surprised if he decides to take off. Good secondary there. He will not. Lautenbach laces one foul down the third base line. Count remains 1-1. There's a lot of ones on the scoreboard right now, Russ. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Our score 1-1.
Yep, that's right. A lot of ones up there.
Yeah. The only non-ones on the scoreboard are the 0 errors for the Dutch, the 3 hits for the Eagles, and the 2 for the home squad. Miniga will throw over to first base, not in time as Plima's back in there safely. Softball action is underway now. Does appear that the Eagles have jumped in front over there, 2-0. Looking to build on the momentum of their offensive outburst down at Moravia Wednesday night. Plima will go. He'll hold up. Durande will try to make the tag. They're going to rule that he didn't get the tag down before Plima was able to slide the hands in underneath or around the tag. And also on the play, Kosuer goes home and scores the go-ahead run for the Dutch as they regain a 2-1 advantage.
Some confusion on this. Second baseman was about 3 feet behind second base. If he would have been flush on the bag, that would have been easy out. Not sure why he had a little, why he was behind the bag that far.
Yeah, not sure what was up there, but
if they were trying to do go home on the guy, stealing home then.
Yeah, and Plima was kind of giving himself up because he stopped midway between, hoping to get into a rundown, and then just committed the last minute. But Kosuer scores as the count goes to 3-1 to Lautenbach here. Miniga threatened to walk him for a second time. There wasn't really much debate from the Eagles dugout about the potential tag. But also, the other thing you got to think of, you got a freshman up there at second base who, this is his second start of the year, second varsity start ever. So maybe just a little bit of inexperience showing up there a little bit there. But
like a little shy guys running right towards him, and Connor made a nice throw. It was a one-hopper right on the correct side of the bag. But he just got, a little timid. It was like 3 feet behind the bag and really impossible to tag him in time.
Yeah, and Lautenbach swung and missed at strike number 2, so the full count offering. Plymouth will take off, throw down in time,
nice throw.
And they will throw Plymouth out at third base this time as Connor Van Zee puts the throw right on the money, but it was not a strike him out, throw him out, as Lautenbach walked for the second time. He'll get to first base, so the Dutch lose a runner, gain a runner at the same time. Plymouth cut down at third, Lautenbach safe at first, as Landon Bethard comes back up there. So 2 outs now with the runner at first base.
Connor Van Zee had to throw a perfect ball down third base, and he did.
Yeah.
That's the only chance he had. It was a perfect strike to third base. It was just a catch and just apply the tag by Ben Weingarten.
And as a catcher, it's one of the most difficult throws to make there, throwing to third base with the right-handed batter in the box. Had to make that step out, make the perfect throw on the dot. Connor Van Zee did a great job.
Yeah, that was, like I said, perfect throw by Connor Van Zee. Well done.
Yeah, strike 1 for Minninga on the inside corner there. On the first pitch to Landon Bethards. That pitch misses way outside. Van Zee throws it back down to first base.
He's got a little confidence now, doesn't he?
Yeah, it was a good throw there to Kelderman too, but Lautenbach had just enough time. Van Zee hesitated just a second because he's just like, oh, I don't know if Grant's ready. And Grant was like, Grant was in the position as Landon Bethard swings and misses at the breaking ball 1-2. Again, Pella leads at 2-1 here in the bottom of the second inning. 3-2 our score. Runner is going to go as that pitch misses. Van Zee's throw held Durande up just a little bit there.
Same thing, though. Dean was behind the bag when he caught that. Hopefully Coach Vonner, he can say something about that and catch it before the bag.
Yeah, it kind of looks like he's kind of rounding his way to the bag there a little bit, and it's kind of putting him behind the bag.
Like you said, freshmen, that's how they do. And Pella, they're really aggressive on the base paths. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, the 2-2 offering, and an unfortunate situation there for Bethards is it nearly hit him, but he turned into the pitch enough as if he was going to swing that it ended up being a foul tip.
Hey, you don't see that too often, do you?
No. And so the 2-2 offering once again for Minninga here with 2 outs in the bottom of the second inning. Again, Pella with a 2-1 lead here in the bottom of the frame. Out there at second base is Hayes Lautenbach. That pitch misses inside. Ball 3 as Minninga goes full count again. It's one thing if you're the Eagles, you don't like to see a lot of pitches here early on for Elliot Minninga. Already at 38 pitches in the second inning. 39th pitch on, this will be the 40th pitch. And he gets a swing and a miss, gets Bethards retired on pitch number 40 here. The Eagles able to get out of the frame without giving up the runner at second base and Lautenbach, but the Dutch regain a 2-1 lead going to the top of the third when we return on KNIA-KRLS.com and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. Back right after this.
Service brokerage with 11 licensed agents. Hi. At Pella Real Estate Services, we're a full-service brokerage with 11 licensed agents. Hi, I'm Brendan Foudy, and if you're thinking about selling your home, talk to us about how you can save up to $10,000. We start with a free 2-step market analysis to give you an accurate, competitive home value. Our in-house marketing expert ensures maximum exposure, and when it's time to close, our in-house agent takes care of everything. Get started today and save up to $10,000 by visiting PellaRealEstateServices.com.
June is National Dairy Month, and at Lely, we join in efforts to celebrate the contributions of the dairy industry. From calcium to potassium, dairy products like milk provide you with 9 essential nutrients for better health. Whether it's protein to help build and repair the muscle tissue in active bodies, or vitamin A to maintain a healthy skin, dairy products are a natural nutrient powerhouse. Lely provides leading dairy farm automation solutions around the world with our North American headquarters located in Pella, and we encourage you to join us in the celebration of our industry with National Dairy Month all month long.
School's out, and Scooter's Coffee reminds you that they haven't forgot about the kids in the back seat while you're headed out for your summer adventures. When you swing by to get your favorite Scooter's drink, order the kids some pretzel snackers, mini sugar cookies, cotton candy or strawberry little smoothies, or a refreshing lemon berryade. Scooter's Coffee. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast, and kid-friendly too.
Welcome back here on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. Grant Kelderman set to lead off the top of the third inning for the Eagles against Nathan Vandaloon. First pitch, breaking ball swung on a miss by Kelderman. That's kind of been the sweet spot for Vandaloon here, is that looks like that slider kind of up in the zone. Kelderman just has not been able to make that adjustment here on some of those swings. He's been underneath all of them. That breaking ball will miss low. 1-1 the count for Vandaloon.
Yeah, it works away from Grant on that swing, doesn't it? Makes a tough hit.
That it does. The 1-1. Kelderman will get a piece of this one, but it'll go off the end of the bat. Fielded by Vandaloon. He'll toss it over to Knox. And the Dutch will throw it around after out number 1 there. Kelderman retired for the second time, and now Connor Van Zee will step to the plate for his second at-bat. In his first at-bat back in the first inning, he flew out into shallow center field. Isaiah Kettler came on and made the catch. He's made a couple of nice plays out there tonight. Made that play in shallow center, which prevented a run from coming home. And also cut down the potential go-ahead run for the Eagles back in the top of the second inning. Hudson Ritzert ran home, gunned him down. 2-0 the count out of Van Zee here for Vandaloon. Our Marion County Bank radio scoreboard, we do have one score, middle of the first inning. PC softball 2, Pella 0 on our Marion County Bank radio scoreboard. We'll again also have scores tonight from Knoxville baseball and softball versus Albia. And then Norwalk baseball and softball in doubleheaders against Oskaloosa. Newton and Indianola baseball, potentially softball there. We'll only have one guy tonight because while the Indianola baseball team is here tonight, our Indianola guy is already on his way to St. Louis because the Indianola baseball team plays at Busch Stadium tomorrow down there in St. Louis.
Yeah.
Very fun.
What a neat opportunity.
Oh, yeah. So they're going to be down there playing against Bettendorf. As Connor Van Zee on a 3-1 count, swings and misses, strike 2, full count offering her with 1 away. We also have PCM baseball and softball versus Roland Story. Twin Cedars baseball versus Melcher Dallas. That's our Marion County Bank radio scoreboard. The full count offering from Vandaloon here. Out of the windup, Van Zee will get a piece of that one. Foul tips it on the check swing. Stays alive. Josiah Vink will run over and retrieve that baseball. Get it out of the way. So we return back to action. Game reset wired by Center Point Electric. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Top of the third inning, Connor Van Zee versus Nathan Vandaloon. Vandaloon misses high and inside. Ball 4. Van Zee drawing the walk there. Vandaloon showing some frustration there, getting the ball back from Sherm and catching it barehanded there.
Yeah, but won that one back, didn't he?
Yeah, just not necessarily a very happy camper with the fact that he gave up that free pass.
Yeah, most pitchers don't want to lead off or top of the lineup getting on base if the only one out.
Yeah, Josiah Vink will now be on, or up to bat, as Connor Van Zee gets a short lead. Vink taking strike 1 on a breaking ball in the inner half of the plate there. Kind of surprised they didn't go to the courtesy runner here at first for Van Zee.
Mm-hmm.
So not sure availability of some guys, but now Vink will knuckle this one into right field, and Connor Van Zee forgot how many outs there were, and he gets bailed out. Wow, what a break for the Eagles. Josiah Vink kind of muscled one off the handle out to right field. It was caught by Lake Cowman. He threw it back into Brandon Knox, but he short-hopped the throw. Knox wasn't able to field it cleanly. Sherm was there, tried to flip it to Knox in time, but Van Zee was able to get back in time. He's smiling because Coach Miniga is – I'm sure Coach Miniga gave him a comment like, dude,
you're lucky on
there's
that one,
only one out, man.
Yeah, maybe he's fortunate on that one. I don't know if he thought that was going to drop. It looked like it was going to drop when it hit that hard. Blake came in really, really aggressive on that and had a nice throw, just short hopped first baseman.
Yeah, and now Garrett Wheeler steps up. He'll swing under the breaking ball for strike 1. It kind of looked like as he was going towards second, he was kind of like, it just kind of looked like the guy going to second with 2 outs.
Yeah, totally.
He was
trying to
getting there, but he was kind of like, he was kind of already starting that turn.
Yeah, he was only 20 feet away from second base.
Yeah, Garrett Wheeler will run down the third base line as the Eagles getting that new life. Will take advantage here for a moment at least, with Wheeler getting the single down the third base line. Lautenbach not able to make the play.
Third baseman, Ben Van Weingarten.
And Ben Van Weingarten will come up as now we're going to get the courtesy runner.
Right, yep.
That is going to be number 17, Carson Harrell. Another freshman making his making an appearance here tonight for the Eagles. Couple of them in the lineup with Dean Durande and Hudson Ritzert.
Chris Feinert's making sure he knows there's 2 outs, go on any contact. So he makes sure don't take anything for granted with the freshman, right?
Yeah, and he's putting a little bit more speed on the base paths here.
Pella's doing a nice job keeping on second base there, holding him on by the second baseman.
Yep, Sam Carlson will run back to his spot as Ben Van Weingarten will chop one back into the glove of Anderson Sherm for foul tip, strike 1 with 2 away. Pella Christian trailing Pella 2-1. We'll have runners on first and second here with 2 outs in the top of the third.
Nice slider there. That first pitch slider is going really well for Vanderlyn.
Yeah, that slider has been the pitch he's found the most success with as Van Weingarten continues to get beat up tonight. Had 4 pickoff attempts in his first time on the base paths. And I think kind of knocked the wind out of himself on the first one. And ended up having to slide back into first base 3 more times after that. Now he'll foul a pitch off of his foot as the count goes to 0-2. Ben needs to be a little bit nicer to his body here for the rest of this game. 0-2, and Van Weingarten not able to make contact, so the new line for the Eagles does not come back to haunt the Dutch as the Pella baseball squad takes a 2-1 lead into the bottom of the third. Back after this on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel.
There's a place for wood in your backyard. We recommend the Fire Pit. If you're planning to build or replace a deck, open a world of possibilities with TimberTech decking. For classic looks and performance that outlast a wooden deck, make sure your next deck is a TimberTech. To learn more about your decking project, visit the experts at Gilchrist Jewett Lumber Hardware and Design Center.
Randall Roofing, where your roofing and gutter needs are our priority. Randy Jarzombek here, owner of Randall Roofing, and proud sponsor of sprint car drivers Jamie Ball and Tyler Grunendijk. If you feel the need for speed, then Randall Roofing is your choice for dependable, reliable, and speedy service for your roofing and gutter needs. Find us on Facebook and Instagram or visit randallroofs.com. Randall Roofing, where your roofs and gutters are our priority. See you at the track.
In today's age, customers are searching online for the services they need. Is your business being found? Having a mobile-friendly, responsive website increases the chances of you winning a new customer when they're searching online. At KNIA KRLS, we can help you develop an engaging, mobile-first, responsive website through our Iowa Digital Connect division. If you have a sales representative that you already work with, just ask them about developing your new website or reach out to us online by going to iowadigitalconnect.com.
Welcome back here on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. We're in the bottom of the third inning, and Isaiah Kettler settles into the box, taking ball 1 from Elliot Menninga high. And Menninga comes set, working exclusively out of the stretch here. This is for ball 2 now to Kettler. Pitching probably a little bit more careful than he did in the last at-bat because we had runners on the base paths with Kettler last time. Only really had 1 free bag with 2 outs, with 1 out. Don't really want to load the bases in that situation, but if you can help it. But now it comes back with strike 1 this time on the breaking ball in the outer half. A little bit more freedom here against a little more freedom with nobody on. And now Kettler will chop this one foul down the third base line. Kettler, the ever dangerous hitter for this Dutch squad. I believe it was, I don't remember the exact percentage from last year, but I want to say it was over 450 batting average for this Dutch squad. Phenomenal player that helped the Dutch get back to the state tournament a year ago. Count goes full here as Menninga misses low and away for ball 3. 3-2 the count. The Dutch still not quite at full strength, waiting for the one of the top pitchers in their rotation, Tegan Hoekstra, to get back out there on the bump. As Kettler with a foul tip that Connor Van Zee just not quite able to corral there. And Kettler stays alive. Again, Hoekstra not in the lineup here as he's continuing to make his way back from an offseason injury. Know the Dutch will be looking forward to getting him back out there and returning to full strength. As Menninga's 3-2 offering, misses low and away. Ball 4, Kettler reaches on the walk.
Now batting for the Dutch.
Free passes maybe starting to add up here a little bit for both squads, more than they would prefer. Well, we already had one pitching conference for the Dutch. We'll see how long before the first one comes for Pella Christian. As here in a 2-1 ball game. Elliott's done a pretty good job working around danger, but that is walk number 5 issued here in the bottom of the third.
Yeah, that gets his pitch count up then too, doesn't it?
Exactly. He's up to, this will be pitch number 50 here to Anderson Sherm, who drew a walk in his first at-bat. Now he'll rocket one into right center field. Hudson Ritzert sizing that one up and right. He'll field it and get it into Dean Durande. Toss it into Garrett Wheeler. Kettler will retreat back to first base. Sherman put a nice charge into that one. Ritzert doing a nice job to size that one up, though, and get it in quickly.
Samuel Carlson.
And Samuel Carlson will come back up. He plated the first run for the Dutch with a line drive that went just under the glove of Dean Durande at second base to plate Hayes Lautenbach back in the first inning. The Dutch have scored in the 2 frames prior to this. PC scoring just the top of the second inning as the breaking ball there from Meninga is in there for strike 1. Kettler remains on first base. We'll see if he tries to grab second here at some point. As I say that, Meninga's like, well, I'll keep him honest. We'll toss it over. He can dive back in.
Just kind of made it leisurely over to first base to say, I know you're still there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It was a real intense attempt.
Yep, Kettler will go. It's a line drive, and Garrett Wheeler was trying to size it up. It's a perfect hit-and-run situation.
That was.
There as Carlson moves Kettler to third. Wheeler was coming to second base to cover the bag. The hit took him kind of there, but on the run, that's a hard ball to try to judge exactly where it was going to go.
And it handcuffed him there.
Yeah.
And really, Pella was great going first to third on that. Pella Christian could have lucked out. He could have caught that and gone to first and got an easy double play. So just a matter of inches on that one play, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, and the other thing, too, for Wheeler, there is it's kind of in that awkward spot where it's like he could lay out and miss it all together, or he could try and play it on the hop. He kind of got caught in no man's land. And
I think he was also looking at the runner coming right at him, too.
Exactly.
So I think his eye might have, went off the ball a little bit there, seeing the runner was coming right toward the second base. And
a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
But that'll bring up Lake Cowman. He'll ace one into deep center field. Brecken Ritzert will make the catch, but it will bring home another run for the Dutch as they lead 3-1. They've scored in each frame thus far. Carlson back in at first, but Cowman doing his job with the deep drive out to left center field.
Good hit by Cowman. With one out, that's exactly what you got to do. Just get him home some way. Their aggressive base running with that hit and run, going from first to third on that kind of single there, paid off for him.
Yeah, that's going to bring up the left fielder, Lincoln Kosuer. Carlson remains at first base as Pella has taken a 3-1 lead here with 2 outs in the bottom of the third inning. Kosuer, ground ball. Durande lays out. Not going to be in time. Hudson Ritzert will get it into Durande there.
Tough play for a freshman. Going hard to his left and just went under his glove.
Yeah, that's 2 balls at him that he's made really good efforts at, just not quite been able to make those plays. As Brandon Knox will come up, he sacrificed in his first at-bat.
The other problem with that was I don't think Elliott had first base covered. Grant went hard to his right, and he wouldn't have got back to first base, so I don't think they would have gotten regardless had he knocked that down or come up with it. But it would have kept the guy from going to third probably.
Yeah, 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Elliot Meninga trying to get out of the frame. Knox drives one into left field. Josiah Vink will range back. He'll make the catch to retire it, but Pella continues their trend of 1 run an inning as they take a 3-1 lead. After 3, we go to the top of the 4th when we return on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel.
When you need help fast, call Lamberth Towing. Whether you're stuck in a ditch, snow, or even deep mud, they're local, fast, and available 24/7. And the best part? No extra fees, not on nights, weekends, or even holidays. That's right, they're affordable, reliable, and ready when you need them. Save this number now, 641-943-2551. That's 641-943-2551. Lamberth Towing. When you're stuck, we show up. All throughout the Pella community, you see touches of Holland and classic Dutch architecture, but there's one place that truly takes you right into the heart of Amsterdam, the Molengraat Plaza just south of the square. With a beautiful brick wall featuring a winding canal, a working drawbridge, and a classic old world atmosphere, you'll find Pella's finest lodging at the Amsterdam Hotel, dining with Liberty Street Kitchen and Oriental Express, beautiful U Salon, Pella Nail Salon, the Pella Window and Door Showroom, and many service businesses. You could even take in a movie at Pella Cinemas. Good luck to our local sports teams from the Molengraat in Pella.
Hey members of Pella Cooperative Electric, is there someone in our community who has made a positive difference? Nominate them for the Iowa Shine the Light contest sponsored by Pella Cooperative Electric. If you receive electricity from us, get online and nominate an influencer in our community. 3 winners will be chosen to receive $3,000 donation for their charity or community organization. Nominations are open through June 30th at iowashinethelight.com or visit our website. Looking out for you, we're Pella Cooperative Electric.
Accidents come in all shapes and sizes, like those little door dings from that person who wedges their vehicle into a tight parking space, the stray foul ball that happens to find your vehicle, the road rash your bumper gets from a high curb, or an unexpected encounter with a deer out on his evening stroll. No matter how big or small those scratches or dents are, trust Langstrad Auto Body to get it fixed. They put their experience and state-of-the-art technology to work for you to fix it right the first time. Langstrad Auto Body, where you don't have to look for a quality repair.
Welcome back here on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. Dean Durande steps into the box here to face Nathan Vanderloon for the second time. He lined out in his first at-bat, second at-bat of the game here. He'll ground it right back to Vanderloon, who will field. He'll toss it over to Brandon Knox at first base to retire Durande in just his 4th career varsity at-bat. And he'll be retired for the first out of the top of the 4th inning. Pella leads Pella Christian 3-1. As Hudson Ritzert will step to the plate. He walked in his first at-bat and was thrown out trying to take home to give the Eagles a 2-1 advantage there in the top of the 2nd inning on the single by Elliot Miniga that plated Ben Van Weingarten. Ritzert grabbing the plate there, hops back off, but takes strike 1 because it did catch the inner half of the plate. Ritzert getting his sign from Coach Feinhardt. He's going to show bunt. Puts it down, but it rolls foul down the third base side of the line.
Just trying to put it in play and trying to make something happen, right?
Yeah, it would have been if they don't have it here at Pella, but I know some fields you'll see like the cutouts that'll go back to like the dugouts would have gone right down that line.
Yeah.
And Ritzert frozen by the breaking ball there for strike number 3 for the second out of the frame.
Yeah, he knew it. He was just hoping the umpire would miss that one too, you know.
Yeah.
But umpire did not.
Yeah, you can see it in the reaction. He was just like, oh, man.
Yep, fooled him and is hoping to fool the umpire.
Yeah, and another freshman who is, suiting up here against the senior in Vanderloon. Just hoping to, he's getting valuable experience in that spot. As Brecken Ritzert now comes up with 2 away here in the top of the 4th inning, excuse me. You're listening to Pella and Pella Christian High School Baseball, powered by Bank of Iowa on KRLS2, on KNIA, KRLS.com, and KRLS HD2, Knoxville, Pella, and Newton. Bank of Iowa supports Pella and Pella Christian High School athletics and reminds everyone,
let's make it happen.
Ritzert with a foul ball makes it a 1-1 count. That one goes over the first base side. Ritzert on the slider. Just missed it. 1-2 for Vanderloon. Doing a nice job finding the zone
fantastic. Yeah, he's really working that right across the plate, and then he'll take that outside the plate, and guys are chasing after it. Just like that one right
Vanderloon catches Brecken Ritzert. He did not agree with that one, but regardless, Vanderloon goes 1, 2, 3, and did it all himself. 1-3 put out, 2 strikeouts. Pella maintains a 3-1 lead going to the bottom of the fourth, and we return on KNIA-KRLS.com and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel.
Join Pella Corporation and do the work you're most proud of. Apply for one of our many openings and become a valued team member as we shape the future together. Recognized by Fast Company as a best place to work for innovators, we're dedicated to fostering a culture of creativity and forward thinking. Visit Pella.com/careers today and be part of a team committed to excellence and innovation. Because at Pella Corporation, we're building more than just windows and doors.
With Bank Iowa, enjoy the convenience of online banking so you can manage your accounts anytime, anywhere. Transfer funds, pay bills, access e-statements, and deposit checks on the go with our mobile app. Plus, with Digital Wallet, you can easily track your expenses, allowing you to focus on the things that really matter. Available in the App Store and Google Play. Bank Iowa, let's make it happen. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
You head out to work, back in to check on the kids. Your husband heads out for work, back in for lunch. You head out to the grocery store, back in for the evening. In and out, in and out, in and out, all day long. Of course, while you're going in and out, your garage door is going up and down. And over the course of time, springs, rollers, hinges, they all break down. Don't wait until the door won't go up and down and you can't go in and out. Call DeYoung Door Service for an inspection of your garage door today.
We're the gurus of garage doors. DeYoung Door Service in Pella.
Welcome back here on KNIA-KRLS.com and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel, on the KRLS2 stream as well on the website. As Nathan Vanderloon steps back into the box, he takes strike one from Elliot Minninga, and now he will pop one into shallow right field. Dean Durande going back. And nice makes catch. A nice basket catch. Yeah. What a play by Dean Durande. We'll go ahead and give that one the Pella Christian Randall Roofing Raise the Roof moment of the game. When the moment arises and it's time for a new roof, think Randall Roofing as Dean Durande making a spectacular play. We've had a lot of spectacular plays
nice
tonight.
Play.
But
really, that's on the right fielder not calling him off.
Yeah,
because that's another freshman that really should have been aggressive, saying he's got it. But Durande going through with it.
Yeah, great play there as Hayes Lautenbach takes ball one. He's drawn 2 walks here in this game so far. In case you missed it, presented by the Veterinarians at Tri-County Veterinary Clinic. The Dutch have scored a run in each frame to build up a 3-1 lead here over Pella Christian. The Eagles scored their lone run in the top of the second inning. As we're here in the bottom of the fourth inning, that's again, in case you missed it, presented by the Veterinarians at Tri-County Veterinary Clinic in Pella.
They're the veterinarians.
A foul ball off the end of the bat for Lautenbach. Van Zee will come up throwing
what a play
in time to get Lautenbach. 2 spectacular defensive plays by the Eagles to start off the bottom of the fourth inning to get 2 outs. Lautenbach very unlucky there. He hit that one foul, and I think it hit the lip of the grass.
And then
it just immediately shot back fair.
Yeah, it was like a,
I think it was a slider,
ball,
too.
Right, that you hit on the end of the bat, and it's spinning so much, hit that lip, and wow, I thought it was an easy first base there, but good play by Connor.
Absolutely. As now Minninga facing Landon Betherts for the third time. Delivers the breaking ball for strike one. 0-1 the count with 2 away as the Eagles playing some stellar defense here in the field in the bottom of the fourth. Strike 2 for Minninga. He looks to make it a 1-2-3 frame.
Yeah, those are 2 plays that could easily have been singles if they didn't make some outstanding defensive plays.
And Betherts fly ball, shallow right field, making its way foul. It will fall kind of in between all 3 guys charging for it. Hudson Ritzert, Dean Durande, and Grant Kelderman. They all give good effort at it, but just no real opportunity to make a play on that ball.
Yep.
Say Richard playing fairly deep right field because balls have been kind of jumping out there.
Yeah.
Weather warming up here. Count remains 0-2 to Betherts for Elliot Minninga. Breaking ball. Betherts will sky this one into left center field. Garrett Wheeler did not have a play on the ball. Ritzer and Vink charged as hard as they could. They didn't have it there. Wheeler was trying to track it over the shoulder, kind of like Durande did just a minute ago. Just couldn't quite figure out the depth piece there, and I think he was also trying to, as we kind of mentioned earlier, he had 2 guys charging at him, so I think he was trying to make sure that there was, that he was, if he's going to get called off, he wasn't distracting anybody. But Beathard safe at first.
Yeah, and the outfielder really took charge of that one. They both kind of let the other one make the play, and neither one did then.
Isaiah Kettler rips one into center field. Brecken Ritzert's got a play on it. He'll run back and make the catch. As taken off on the pitch was Beathard's, but it will not matter as Kettler flies out. So the Eagles able to stop the streak of the Dutch scoring each inning.
Yeah, nice inning by Elliott.
Yeah, Elliott Minninger with a quick, efficient inning, just what he needed on that pitch count. But the Eagles will come to the bat in the 5th inning, trailing 3-1. We'll be back after this on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel.
Need space to store your classic car, boat, RV, or motorcycle? The Right Storage in Norwalk offers the largest selection of unit sizes in the area, ranging from 5 foot by 10 foot to 14 by 50, and all 220 units are on the ground floor. Locally owned and operated, the friendly staff at Right Storage aims to provide a clean, safe, and secure storage facility with on-site management, controlled gate access, security cameras, and 24-hour video recording. Call them today at 515-981-0044 and store your stuff the right way.
This spring, take the challenge. Shop local. Every dollar spent at a local business helps build the communities we all love. Together, we can make a difference.
Hi, I'm Kevin Bolt from Marion County Bank. I shop local because it creates jobs right here at home.
Proudly serving you and building community. Marion County Bank. Learn more at marioncountybank.com. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Your business is everything to you, and it deserves the best internet, phone, and TV available. Whether you're a crew of 2 or have multiple locations and hundreds of employees, Pella Fiber is ready to set you up with the best connections in Pella. Their all-fiber network is built on industry-leading technology, and since fiber optic cable doesn't break down over time, you're far less likely to have your service impacted. Plus, upload speeds are as fast as the download, so you'll never lag in a video call again. Visit PellaFiber.com to learn more and get your business signed up today.
Welcome back here on KNIA, KRLS.com. We go to the top of the 5th inning. Pella Christian leading off with Elliott Minning as they trail 1-3 here against Pella in the first of 3 Tulip City showdowns. The second one will be coming up here in a minute as Minning takes strike 1 here from Nathan Vandeloon, who remains in the game for the Dutch on the mound. Inside the numbers delivered by Pella Fiber. Real quick on this matchup, the Eagles with 1 run on 4 hits. They've committed 1 error. The Dutch 3 runs on 5 hits and an error. As Minning swings and misses, strike 2. So 0-2 the count here. Minning leads the way for the Eagles. He's 2 for 2 in the game with an RBI. And he's also the pitcher. He's gone 4 innings, given up 5 hits, 3 earned runs, 5 walks, and 1 strikeout on 65 pitches. As he takes ball 1 now. For the Dutch, they've been led by Samuel Carlson. He's got 2 hits and 2 at-bats, 1 RBI. Other RBIs coming from Blake Kalman. And the run scored by Hayes Lautenbach, Landon Isaiah Kettler and Lincoln Kosur. As Isaiah Kettler comes on in shallow right center field to retire Minninga for the first time in the game.
Grant Kelderman.
Fly out. There's Grant Kelderman. The first baseman will come back up to bat now. Again, that is the and on the mound, Nathan Vandeloon. He's now gone 4 1/3 innings, 4 hits allowed, 1 run. It was unearned, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts on 71 pitches. As now he takes ball 1, or he gives ball 1 to Kelderman. That again inside the numbers. Delivered by Pella Fiber, where every home gets a gig. Joined today at PellaFiber.com. Russ, as we look at our mid-game adjustments, I would say that the big adjustment for the Dutch here is the last inning they got the 1-2-3 frame, but they've played with a little bit of danger. First inning they had runners on the corners. They gave up. They had bases loaded. Second inning, third inning the Eagles were able to get on the base paths as well as Kelderman takes strike 1 there on the 2-0 offering. But I would say for the Dutch, they got to start cleaning that up and have some quick, efficient innings. Same thing for the Eagles. They've played with fire. Unfortunately, it just hasn't worked out as well for them. The Dutch have been able to strike for the 3 runs here as Kelderman will golf one out to the second baseman Carlson for a line out for the second out of the frame. I would say our mid-game adjustment is just got to have some quicker, more efficient innings. I mean, we talk about our pitchers' pitch counts. Menninga at 65 pitches through 4 innings. Vandeloon now at 75 pitches through, 4 2/3. So just got to find some efficiency there in our mid-game adjustments presented by DeYoung Door Service, the gurus of garage doors. Stop and see them at 908 Roosevelt Road in Pella, just west of Pella Christian High School. As Connor Van Zee takes ball 1.
Yeah, Elliott, benefited from some good defense that last inning, and maybe give him a quick inning and see if he continues that. And boy, the Pella High pitcher's just throwing fantastic. He's not getting nothing easy to hit. You know what?
No, and the Eagles have done a pretty good job. Connor Van Zee swings and misses. Strike 1, 1-1 the count with 2 away here in the top of the 5th inning. What's Always Open presented by Central Iowa Roofing. We talk about the pitching here in this one, but we got to talk about the defense. What's Always Open? Good defense is always open and always welcomed, as Van Zee will pop this one foul over the first base dugout. I mean, we talk about great plays. We had a sliding catch by Lincoln Kosur for Pella in the top of the 2nd inning. We had a sliding catch in the bottom of the 1st inning by Brecken Ritzert. You had Isaiah Kettler with a nice throw home to cut down a potential go-ahead run for the Eagles in the 2nd inning. It's Connor Van Zee foul tip into the glove of Anderson Sherm. Finishing up real quick on What's Always Open, we had Dean Durande with an over-the-shoulder catch.
Yeah, exactly.
We had, another great play by Connor Van Zee.
Yeah.
Had a great throw by Connor Van Zee. What's Always Open?
Yeah.
It's great defense because it's been great defense across the board
It has
tonight.
been really well.
And you'll always take that. It's always open when you can get good defense. That's What's Always Open, presented by Central Iowa Roofing, serving all of Central Iowa, including you. Check them out online at centraliowaroofing.com. We'll go ahead and take a timeout as the Eagles, unable to get anyone on the base paths. 1-2-3 frame for Nathan Vanderloon. Elliott Minninga back out for the bottom of the 5th when we return on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel.
Hi, this is Lonnie DeSort with Two Rivers Cooperative. We are excited to announce that we now have diesel exhaust fluid available at our Cartrol fuel station in Pella. For those of you filling with our premium diesel and your engines require DEF, we invite you to fill up at Two Rivers Cooperative, where you can conveniently dispense DEF at pump numbers 1 and 2. As always, we appreciate you supporting the only locally owned fuel station in Pella, Two Rivers Cooperative, where we offer premium products at a competitive price.
Lighton State Bank's club accounts make saving fun and easy for kids of all ages. Our kids, teen, and grad accounts grow with Your Young Saver, teaching them the basics of banking and how to build a savings habit. Older kids have the option of learning to responsibly use a debit card and use digital banking. Whether it's depositing birthday money or saving up for that first car, Lighton State Bank is here to help them grow financially strong. Member FDIC.
Hello from Brown Shoe Fit in Pella. If your old shoes give you the summer blues, shop Brown Shoe Fit Pella. We have shoes for the whole family. Brown Shoe Fit in Pella has sandals in Birkenstock, Clarks, Dansko, Echo, Reef, and athletics in Hoka, OnCloud, Brooks, New Balance, and more. Shop Brown Shoe Fit in Pella this summer. We can't wait to get you your perfect fit at Brown Shoe Fit in Pella.
Welcome back here on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. Elliott Minninga back out for the bottom of the 5th inning here for the Eagles. Started off with strike 1 to Anderson Sherm on a breaking ball. Now it goes to the ball 1. Pitch missing high. Anderson Sherm taking strike number 2 here. End of the 3rd inning over on the softball diamond. 2-2. Pella Christian and Pella are tied as Minninga misses down the 1-2 with ball number 2. Our Marion County Bank radio scoreboard again. The only game we have any word on as of now, we'll come back to that in a second, is Anderson Sherm will chop one right back to Elliott Minninga, who will toss it over to first base for the first out of the inning. Again, good defense there.
Yeah, good defense.
Good reaction play by Elliott Minninga. Nathan Vanderloon's had a couple of those as well tonight.
Mm-hmm. You know what? Elliott get ahead, and the batter was had a nice defensive swing with 2 strikes. It wasn't a real great pitch, but it's one he had to protect himself on.
Yeah, Samuel Carlson, who's been the leader for this Dutch squad, he's 2 for 2 with 2 RBIs, or with an RBI. Wow, Minninga didn't get the break on the breaking ball, as the ball bounces off the back of the helmet of Carlson and rolled all the way back to Minninga, who picks it up, and he's like, I think I need a new baseball.
Yeah, and I think it was one of those things. He just turned. He didn't try to duck or anything like that. He's like, I'll take a free base.
Yeah, he's like, it's a curve. He's like, it's a curveball, so it's gonna hurt less than
it's gonna hurt way
if it was
less
a
than
fastball.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I'll put a runner on the base paths for Lake Kalman.
Is what matters, right?
Oh yeah.
So, yeah. Good thinking on his part. That's using his head, right?
Exactly. Definitely using the head right there as he brings up Lake Kalman, the ever dangerous power hitter for the Dutch. He'll take strike one.
Lake's being aggressive going the inside part of the plate over there. I think Lake's kind of protecting that outside part of the plate, so Elliott went on the inside.
Kalman turns on this one.
Well.
That is going to be gone.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, the power bat of Lake Kalman. You got to be careful. And there's the Randall Roofing raise the roof moment of the game for the Dutch as Lake Kalman leads the yard for a 2-run shot for Pella as they extend the lead to 5-1. He got all of that one, turned on it, and sent that one just to the right of the scoreboard in left center field. 5-1 Dutch as Kalman will come celebrate with the squad just outside the Pella dugout on the third base side.
I think Grandpa Mike sent one of his granddaughters to go hustle after that baseball. I think I saw.
Yeah, that was a deep drive, and it was one of those ones. As soon as he turned on it,
as soon as you heard it hit the bat.
Oh boy!
You knew that was a well hit ball if it was high enough.
Yeah, Lincoln Kosur will now bat again. That's our Randall Roofing raise the roof moment of the game for the Dutch. Brought to you by Randall Roofing. When the moment arises and it's time for a new roof, think Randall Roofing. Menninga. Strike one on the 1-0 offering to Lincoln Kosur. And it's really an urgent situation now presented by Pella Regional Health Center for the Eagles as Pella has really put themselves in the driver's seat with just 6 outs to play with for the Eagles. So at this point, the urgent situation is defensively, you got to keep this lead right where it's at as Kosur swings and misses at the 1-1 and the 1-2. Goes down swinging on back-to-back pitches there from Elliott Minninga to get the second out. As we mentioned, you got to keep this lead right where it is. If you're Elliott, give the offense the best chance to succeed.
Yeah.
They're only a 4-run deficit.
And good job by Elliott by coming back.
Exactly.
If you got a bomb like that, and he came back with the next pitch wasn't, a real good pitch. It was outside. He didn't want to throw anything too good, and then he kept nibbling the outside corner and got a strikeout.
Yep, and as we mentioned, this is an urgent situation presented by Pella Regional Health Center. If you need urgent health care today, be seen today at Pella Regional's walk-in clinics in Pella, Knoxville, or Ottumwa. Visit PellaHealth.org for hours and wait times. Got our Marion County Bank radio scoreboard. Pella baseball leading Pella Christian 5-1 here in the bottom of the fifth. In softball, Pella Christian and Pella tied at 2s at the end of the third. On last look as Brandon Knox takes ball 2 here on the 1-1 offering. We have not got any scores yet from our other games we've got going on tonight, but we do have Knoxville baseball and softball against Albia, Norwalk baseball and softball at Oskaloosa, Newton at Indianola for baseball and softball for a doubleheader, and then PCM baseball and softball versus Roland Story, and Twin Cedars baseball versus Melcher Dallas as Minninga misses for the 3-1 count. Again, that's our Marion County Bank radio scoreboard. Game reset wired by Center Point Electric. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Bottom of the fifth inning. Make it a 4-1 count as Brandon Knox gets the free bag there and makes it a 1-out or a 2-out walk. Get on the base path for the Dutch, and that's a game reset wired by Center Point Electric.
It's usually pretty unusual for the baseball game to be further along than the softball game.
Well, they did get a half-hour head start.
Oh, that makes sense.
So that helps.
Thank you.
That helps.
I was like, wow, this game is cruising along. I'm not going to lie.
It is really cruising along. We got started just about 5 o'clock. Softball got started at 5:30. So
my tardiness, I missed part of that.
It happens.
So
it happens.
Yeah, especially the softball. It's a pretty low-scoring game too, 2-2, and
absolutely
that's cruising right along also.
Nathan Vanderloon up to bat now after the walk of Knox, and there is a new runner over there at first base. Looks like that's going to be number 17, Ryder Paxton, out there at first, running for Knox. Knox able to return via a re-entry if Coach Jesse Jablonski chooses to do so. Vandaloon will take that pitch in the dirt. Van Zee did a nice job of trying to get over to block it, but it hit off the shin guard and went back into the field of play. Menninga had to go pick it up, and it allowed Paxton to move up to second base as the Dutch threatening to add on to the 5-1 lead here in the bottom of the fifth with 2 outs.
Yeah, that bounced far enough in front of home plate. It's hard for Connor to, soften that and went off a shin guard right back to Elliott.
That it did. So Menninga to Vandaloon takes that pitch upstairs, and Vandaloon, I've seen a couple of those tonight with the crink of the neck, not necessarily agreeing with that one, and I think he's kind of like, there's been a couple of those that I wanted that I didn't maybe get, so you see that especially with pitchers and catchers where it's like
100%.
I can't 100% react the way I want to on this one, but regardless, that's what happens.
He's had a higher zone than I've seen other umpires, and that's kind of what keeps this game moving along too. I'm not gonna lie. I mean,
exactly.
You open up that strike zone a little more than others, and makes eliminates some walks and puts the ball in play and keeps the game moving along. I don't disagree with it.
Absolutely, he's done a pretty good job behind the plate, I believe
totally.
too. Ground ball over to Ben Van Weidengarten at third. Vandaloon will be thrown out at first base. Great job by Van Weidengarten to make the play. As the Eagles get out of the frame, but Nate Cowman's 2-run shot to left field puts the Dutch up 5-1 going to the top of the sixth when we return on KNIA, KRLS.com, the KRLS2 stream, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel.
Listener, you know how to handle the cold, but can your roof? Winter's freezing temps, ice, and snow can be just as tough on your roof as summer storms. If you're unsure whether your roof is up to the challenge, call Wolf Roofing today for a free, no-obligation inspection. At Wolf Roofing, we treat your home like it's our own, with care. That's the Wolf way. Call 515-225-8866 or visit wolfroofing.net to schedule your appointment. Wolf Roofing, local, experienced, and trusted by Central Iowans for over 30 years.
What possibilities can you unlock by tapping into your home's value? At See First, our Flex Home Equity line of credit lets you lock in a fixed rate so you can tackle those home upgrades you've been dreaming of, like adding a new deck or remodeling your kitchen. With our Flex HELOC, you have 2 opportunities to lock in your rate. Ask about our great rates or apply online today at c1stcu.com. Loans are subject to credit approval. Some restrictions apply. Equal housing opportunity.
Unity Point Clinic Norwalk provides family medicine for people of all ages in Norwalk and the surrounding area. Conveniently located at 801 Colonial Circle and open Monday through Thursday 7:30 to 5:30 and Fridays 7:30 to 5, Unity Point Clinic Norwalk can provide a variety of services for your physical, emotional, and mental health needs such as routine checkups, immunizations, annual physical exams, and other preventative care. When it comes to your health, trust the professionals at Unity Point Clinic in Norwalk.
Welcome back here to the top of the sixth inning between Pella and Pella Christian Baseball. The first matchup of the night here in a doubleheader. Josiah Vink led off while we were in the break there. Popped out to the catcher Anderson Sherm, who ranged over about 10 feet to his right and made the catch.
2 pitches and 1 out, right? That's how pitchers like to have it, right?
Exactly. So Nathan Vandaloon quickly working here in the sixth inning. Gets strike 1 now to Garrett Wheeler, who steps in to bat now. Over on the softball diamond there in the bottom of the fourth, Pella and Pella Christian still tied at 2 there. As Garrett Wheeler will go down and get this ball. He'll pop it out to left field where Lincoln Kosur will line it up and make the catch for out number 2. And Ben Van Weidengarten will now step up. Looking to keep this keep this top of the sixth alive for the Eagles, who trail by 4 runs with just 4 outs now to play.
Yeah.
Or to play with, I should say.
Just another 2 or 3 more pitches, another out for Vandaloon here. He's throwing the ball well.
Yeah, and Van Weidengarten, unlucky break there as he barely took the bat off the shoulder, but he turned the hips through the zone there and
grabbed some bat, didn't it?
The ball found the bat, and he just looked at the bat like, I can't believe that just happened.
Yeah, not how he start off in a bat, right?
No, Vandaloon mowing through the back half of this game. As he gets strike 2 quickly here on Van Weidengarten. I'm gonna call it now. Russ gonna be the breaking ball going away, trying to get the swing. It looked like maybe that was Maybe it wasn't quite the breaking ball.
Yeah,
It looked
it was
like
a little
maybe it was
faster
either a
than
fastball or a changeup or something, but
definitely working down and out, though.
it was definitely down and away. Van Weidengren got a piece and fouled that one off to the first base side. Vanderloon rubbing on the baseball here for a moment, probably trying to get the grip. And there's the breaking ball low and away.
That's what you're talking about. You're ahead of your time
Vanderloon
there,
has
Tyler.
got that work. I know. I was like, I knew that was that's been the go-to pitch when he's gotten guys down in the count tonight. That time he gets it to work again as Van Weidengren swings over it.
Less than 10 pitches, probably, right?
Probably pretty close. I mean, let's see. It was 4-4. I think it was 4-4 or 2-2 and
4-5.
4-5 there. So under 10 pitches. Vanderloon gets Pella out of the sixth inning, though, regardless. As we go to the bottom of the sixth, it's the Dutch 5. The Eagles 1 here in the Tulip City Showdown between Pella and Pella Christian. Elliott Minninga back out to the bump when we return on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel.
Hi, I'm Chuck Vanderwall at Ulrich Ford.
Congrats on your new vehicle with employee pricing.
Thanks, Steve. Wait, employee pricing?
You heard him, Dad. Todd Vanderwall here at Ulrich Ford Lincoln. We're giving employee pricing on most new Ford and Lincoln vehicles now through July 5th.
There goes my vacation fund.
And that's not all, Grandpa. Many new and used vehicles come with our lifetime powertrain warranty. Good for as long as you own it.
Oh, my.
It's just one more way that at Ulrich Ford Lincoln and Pella,
we're taking care of you.
If you haven't been to Hy-Vee lately, you might be missing out. We've rolled out everyday low prices on thousands of items across the store. No coupons, no gimmicks, just real savings every single day. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile and now a lot more savings in every aisle.
So you call your virtual insurance company to ask a simple question about your policy, but now you're on hold listening to this music while you wait and wait. Auto Owners works with local independent agents who tailor coverage to meet your needs and pick up the phone when you call, because you shouldn't be on hold so long that you memorize the music. That's simple human sense.
Ask me, Chad Klein, at the Verduff Agency in Pella, if Auto Owners make sense for you.
Welcome back here on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. We have started the bottom of the sixth inning here. Elliott Minninga facing off against, I believe that that's a new batter into the game. We'll get that name in a second there. Didn't catch that right away as Garrett Wheeler fields and throws him out at first base. That was number 10, Ryan Howard, who was into the game for Landon Bethard.
Now batting for the
Nice play by Wheeler by getting that on the hop. You know, he played the ball, didn't let the ball play him. That was well done.
Nathan Carey.
We're also going to get another. Sorry, that was in place of Hayes Lautenbach. We're also going to get another pinch hitter. Nathan Carey steps to the plate here, as he will hit in place of Landon Bethards as we get it all sorted out here. To face Minninga. Carey takes strike one. Kettler's in the on-deck circle for the Dutch, so looks like he will maintain a spot in the game. In case you missed it, presented by the veterinarians at Tri-County Veterinary Clinic. Nathan Carey will line a single into, or no, he's going to, he was going to try to stretch it for a moment as Richard bobbled the ball out there in left center field. Did a nice job recovering and throwing it in. He remains at first base, but that's a single. Again, in case you missed it, presented by the veterinarians at Tri-County Veterinary Clinic. As we get the opportunity to do that real quick. It was Pella scoring 3 runs in the first 3 innings. 1 run in the second inning for the Eagles. It was 3-1 for the longest, until the 5th inning there, when Lake Cowman blasted a 2-run homer to give us our 5-1 score. As Isaiah Kettler steps in. Again, that's in case you missed it, presented by the veterinarians at Tri-County Veterinary Clinic in Pella.
They're the veterinarians.
Carey at first base and Kettler batting against Elliott Minninga for the Eagles. Eagles in those road red uniforms, the new ones this year with the gold lettering and numbers on the front and back. The gray road pants and the maroon hats with the Eagle insignia on it. Pella in the, I'm gonna use an old MLB reference because I don't know how to exactly describe the contents of those jerseys. If you know the old Houston Astros jerseys, they're those, but in different shades of green with white on top, white home pants. As Minninga's pitch bounces past Connor Van Zee could not quite get in front of it to stop it.
I thought you were going to refer to the old Chicago White Sox. That was probably before your time. Yeah. That's when I was a kid.
Those were there. I know the Astros had the Astros kind of had that multicolored blue and orange in there. It's like the White Sox was more than just the 2 or 3 colors, it felt like, if I'm remembering them correctly.
From the 80s, if I remember right. Late 80s. Okay, they're just going to put him on first base now,
Yeah, 2-1 count to Kettler with a runner at second. They're going to go ahead and walk Kettler. They don't really want him to do the damage.
Yeah.
They're going to bring up Anderson Sherm.
Good call by Coach Funner. Save some pitches there and make a force out if possible.
You know who I bet would love that rule that we just saw right there?
Who's that?
Najee Kennedy. Texas Tech softball pitcher. I don't know if you saw that the other night. Yes. Texas scoring the game-winning run on scoring 2 runs to win the game.
I saw a highlight say that.
Yeah, Anderson Sherm, he's going to turn on one down the left field line. That one is foul. Just foul. Huge break there for the Eagles.
Huge break for the Eagles. That was, from our angle, we couldn't see it real well because it was really close from what we could tell.
Exactly right. It was going to, I mean, with how well that ball was placed, I don't know if the Dutch were running, but knowing the speed of Kettler there at first base, that might have been 2 more runs.
Yeah, easy. Yeah, because it would have scored down in that corner.
Absolutely right, but
they got the break that just barely went foul.
That it did. So Elliott Meninga again trying to go the distance here for the Eagles. In a 5-1 game, trying to get him out of the jam here with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Runners on first and second. Anderson Sherm will size this one up. He'll hit it into right field. Hudson Ritzert will make the catch and did a nice job of getting it into Garrett Wheeler and holding the runner at second. Ball was a little bit shallow there, so Meninga getting a big second out against Sherm. But I don't know if that's of much comfort to Meninga getting that second out because Samuel Carlson coming to the plate. And he's been the thorn in the Eagles' side today. I know Kalman had that 2-run blast, but he's had 2 hits, 1 plated a run, 1 allowed the Dutch to score a few more runs back in one of the earlier innings, and then he also reached he was also the run that scored on the Kalman 2-run homer, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, sure, yeah.
After he got hit in the back of the head by a pitch. Now he'll take strike 1. He's, like I said, he's been the thorn for Elliott Meninga today, 2 for 2 with 1 run scored, 1 run batted in. Runners at second and first for him. Cal goes to 1-1. Meninga misses with that pitch. Elliott currently at 97 pitches. Here comes pitch number 98 for Meninga. And Carlson rips that one into left field. And Josiah Vink will field it. He'll get it into Ben Van Weingarten. Not another play. Samuel Carlson continues to be the thorn in the Eagles' sides as he plays another run. 3 for 3 effort for Samuel Carlson. And it's 6-1. Yeah, he's been all over. Meninga's had a good mix tonight, but he has been able to figure out whatever it is and take advantage as he puts another run on the board for the Dutch. 6-1 as we go to the Pella Motors timeout with Chris Feinart making his way out of the dugout. And with Meninga at 98 pitches, you have to wonder if this is where the day will end for Meninga, and I imagine it will.
Pitch count coming into effect, right?
Yep, and the baseball will go to Coach Feinart here as he's going to call on Brecken Ritzert to try to finish out this ball game. Elliott is going to go to second base, maybe? Or is he going to go to right field?
I don't know.
I'd say he's played some second this year. Looks like he's going to go to right field. Hudson Ritzert will go to center.
Now pitching
I kind of thought Durande with the speed, maybe he would go to right in that situation.
Right.
But either way, doesn't matter. But that's going to be the Pella Motors timeout. We'll go ahead and take a timeout. We'll be right back here on KNIA-KRLS.com and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel after this.
Vermeer is a leading manufacturer of industrial and agricultural equipment that makes a real impact. Proud to be a family-owned and operated company, Vermeer serves as a leading example of a successful family business. Around the world, Vermeer team members are rolling up their sleeves to design, build, and support tough yellow iron built for customers, doing the important work of connecting people to the necessities of life, managing natural resources, and feeding and fueling their communities. Together, we're equipped to do more.
This is John with Van Haften Plumbing and Heating in Pella, encouraging you to be smart and buy local. Not only are we a Dave Lennox premier dealer, but we also carry supplies for plumbing and heating and cooling projects. Whether it's a toilet, faucet, pipes, furnace filters, register, or any other supplies, we'll deliver and do the installation for you. Or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, you can pick them up at 914 West 8th Street in Pella. For your next project, be smart and buy local from Van Haften Plumbing and Heating in Pella.
It's time to upgrade your home with CertainTeed shingles from Dutch Mill Supply. Enjoy unbeatable durability and stunning styles that make your roof the envy of the neighborhood. Visit Dutch Mill Supply today for top quality CertainTeed shingles at incredible prices. Protect and beautify your home with Dutch Mill Supply.
Dutch Mill Supply, located in Pella, is your only locally owned, one-stop, full-service lumberyard and building material supplier.
Welcome back here on KNIA, KRLS.com. We are in the bottom of the 6th inning. Pella leads Pella Christian in baseball action 6-1 in the bottom of the 6th as Lake Kalman will step up. He hit a 2-run homer in his last at-bat. He'll face Brecken Ritzert with runners on first and second. Here, Isaiah Kettler and I better double-check my math here on that. That doesn't sound... I feel like it might be the corners now that I think about it. Nope, it is first and second.
No, they're first and third. I'm all about positive of that.
We'll double check it. It might be first and third. I might have missed it. Nope, he's in second.
You go back to second?
Yep,
I missed it. My bad, Tyler.
Either way, I was like, it didn't feel right because of that
right.
speed. But
he scored.
They got held up on the cutoff throw there when they scored. That's where we're at.
Yeah.
We're good to go now. Over at first base running now is number 25, Tate Van Bark, running in place of Samuel Carlson. Lake Kalman steps up again. He had a 2-run shot back in the 5th inning to extend the Dutch lead to 5-1. It's now 6-1 after the RBI single by Samuel Carlson, his second RBI of the game. Brecken Ritzert coming on, looking to finish things off here for the Eagles in game number 1 and hold this at a 6-1 deficit with the 3 outs left for the Eagles to play with. Ritzert missing outside, ball 1. Ritzert last throwing on Monday against Norwalk. Again, that kind of went awry for the Eagles and falling 16-1 in that opener. Grant Kelderman came back and helped the Eagles to a 1-1 tie going into the bottom of the 7th. They were held off the scoreboard in the 7th. Norwalk finally exploded for 6 runs in the top of the 8th as Ritzert's pitch on the 2-1 gets by, and Kettler scores on the ball outside there.
Good obstruction by Ben Weingarten.
Yeah, they had Ben Van Weingarten for obstruction, and
yeah, he kind of got caught in no man's land there, not knowing that he would turn and go towards home, and happened to get in his way.
Yeah, and it looked like he was trying to get out of the way, and they still connected. But, I mean, Kettler was safe anyways there on the two-base wild pitch by Ritzert there. Both runners went up 2 bags. Tate Van Bark now at third as it's 7-1 Dutch over Eagles. As Lake Kalman, I think Ritzert trying to be a little bit careful here on the 2-1 offering. Misses high and away, ball 3. So he's being careful with Kalman, knowing that he presents a threat to drive the ball just about anywhere in the park.
Yep, he uses the whole field.
Kalman, hard line drive back to the backstop, straight back shot. A ball get run down by Brandon Knox. Does have the helmet back on. Kalman settles in. Ritzert, full count offering on the way with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Kalman line drive, and it's through for a base knock. Kalman driving in another run as Tate Van Vark will score and make it 8-1 Pella over Pella Christian here.
Yeah, he laced that one. Dean Durana has second thoughts about getting in front of that ball.
And I think, honestly, that ball was hit so hard. I mean, by the time he even reacted, he never had a chance at that ball.
Yeah, that was it. That was it on line right there, wasn't it?
So Lincoln Kosur will come to the plate now. with an 8-1 lead for the Dutch. Kosur has had a good game as well. Kalman's going to steal. Connor Van Zee's throw. Not going to be in time as Kalman in safely. 1-0 the count as that pitch missed the zone for Kosur.
What a fantastic jump he got on that pitch, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
I didn't see where they hold him on.
I think they were, but he just was.
Well, he had a fantastic jump on it.
He's got long strides, too. He's got a large frame out there. Just gliding down to second base for Kalman. Ritzer will look him back at second with Wheeler holding on. And then Ritzer nearly caught Kosur in the shoulder. That would not have been a very fun pitch to take.
Not with that heat, right.
Ritzer looking back at the runner already as he steps on. Now Ritzer getting a check of the count. 1-1 the count with 2 away. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th. Pella leads 8-1 over the Eagles of Pella Christian. Kosur swings and misses. 1-2 the count now. Ritzer looking back at Kalman. Fires home. Low. Ball 2. Game reset wired by Center Point Electric. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 6th inning. Pella 8. Pella Christian 1. Brecken Ritzer on the mound facing Lincoln Kosur with Lake Kalman at second base. Now making a full count as Ritzer misses outside for ball 3. That's a game reset wired by Center Point Electric, where they're wired for excellence. Kosur, foul ball, back over our heads here in the press box, just to the third base side of home plate. Russ, you know what else is wired for excellence? I know Center Point Electric is, but what else is wired for excellence is the popcorn machine right below us, man. It is so distracting right now. It really is. It smells really good.
Comes right in our face here, doesn't it?
It does. It's bringing that popcorn smell up here from downstairs, and it's
at a baseball field. It's just perfect, isn't it?
Oh yeah. So you got a lot of popcorn as Lincoln Kosur draws the walk here.
And all the little league kids that wore their jerseys tonight got a free bag of popcorn. You can see them down there enjoying the game, eating the popcorn.
Oh, yeah.
Good to see the kids coming out in their jerseys and watching the game.
Oh, yeah, having a good time. No balls, no strikes as Brandon Knox steps back in. Lake Kalman trying to take third. He will do so, sliding in under the tag of Bin Van Weingarten.
Boy, another really good throw by Connor, maybe about 2 feet high, but as good as you can ask for out of a catcher. But, boy, give Pella credit. They are still being aggressive on the base paths with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th, up by 7 runs.
Yeah, doing their best to not give PC a chance to hit again here as Knox takes maybe generous strike there.
He's like, I'm tall, but not that tall, right?
Yeah, strike 2 as well. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Ball 1.
Outside on that one there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was probably closer than the strike 2, it seemed like, wasn't it?
Yeah. Say we got there one way or another.
Yeah,
1
right.
and 2 the count, but
exactly right.
maybe just a little backwards. But oh well. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Knox swings and misses, so Ritzer able to get Pella Christian back into the dugout. But they've got their work cut out for them. They need to make up 7 runs.
8-1.
With only 3 outs to go, we'll see if the Dutch can close it down when we return on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. Back after this.
We know that a trip to the emergency department can be frightening. When seconds matter, trust your emergency care to the professionals at Knoxville Hospital and Clinics. Access to local emergency care is critical for saving lives and caring for clinically complex and emergent patients. Staffed with highly skilled board-certified physicians and nurses, at KHC you'll receive personalized care 24/7 in our new state-of-the-art emergency department. For more information on the services at KHC, visit knoxvillehospital.org.
Upgrade your summer driving experience with a new set of Firestone Weather Grip tires and step up your savings before summer storms with a trip to Raceway Tire and Exhaust. The auto experts at Raceway Tire and Exhaust have everything you need to keep your car in top driving shape for the weather to come. From Firestone Weather Grip tires to brakes, AC, wiper blades, and more. Take on any forecast this summer with new Firestone Weather Grip tires. Stop into Raceway Tire and Exhaust today.
Raceway Tire and Exhaust.
We got what you need to get you on the go.
This is Dr. Tim Yoder, and we know that your summer is very busy with lots of family activities and that fun summer vacation. If it doesn't work for your family pet to go along, make plans to have him stay with us. Your pet will receive walks 3 times per day. He'll be fed based on a schedule you set up, and we'll give him a nice bath the day before you take him home. Your pet might even enjoy your summer trip more than you do. Make your pet's vacation reservation by calling 628-4040 for Tri-County Veterinary Clinic in Pella, where your pet's good health is our #1 concern.
They're the veterinarians.
Welcome back here on KNIA, KRLS.com, and the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. Top of the 7th inning here. Last chance for the Eagles, and Dean Durande, after taking ball 1, put a nice little drive into one there, but Lincoln Kosur was there.
He put some good bat on that.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Lincoln Kosur was there to take away the first hit of Dean Durande's varsity career, and he's retired for the first out. The Eagles down to their final 2 outs, trailing 8-1 here against the Dutch. As Nathan Vanderloon looking to finish off the complete game. Marion County Bank radio scoreboard as Hudson Ritzert takes strike 2 on a breaking ball there. We have on the softball diamond, Pella and Pella Christian tied at 3 in the middle of the 6th inning there. And then probably one of the most shocking scores I've seen here is Hudson Ritzert goes down looking against Vanderloon here for out number 2. The Dutch would move within 1 out of ending this ball game. But Newton softball 9, Indianola 2 after 4. Kind of a shocking score there in the Little Hockey Conference for softball action. That's our Marion County Bank radio scoreboard for now. We'll have some more scores once we get into game number 2 here tonight. Our game reset wired by Centerpoint Electric. 2 outs in the top of inning number 7. Eagles have 1 out to make up 7 runs. Looking bleak here against Nathan Vanderloon, who is taking control of this game in the latter half. His counterpart, Brecken Ritzert, in the box right now. Vanderloon stepped off the mound to regain his thoughts. Ritzert steps out, and now he'll step back in to face off on the 0-1 with Vanderloon. Takes it high for ball 1, excuse me. The ground. We'll have post-game from game number 1 here as Ritzert on the check swing there. Looked like it's more of a defensive swing than anything else. He'll get rung up for strike 2 on that. We'll have our McCall Monumental play and player of the game as Ritzert takes ball 2 in the dirt there after holding up on the swing. We'll talk about tonight's longest drive presented by Hearthstone Ministry of Wesleyan Life. We'll have tonight's final stats presented by the Verduft Agency. The road ahead presented by Jeremy Diggman Concrete. In closing presented by Lighton State Bank. All that good stuff as Ritzert swings and misses. Pella 8, Pella Christian 1. Final game 1. Stick around. Post-game coverage of game number 1 when we return on KNIA, KRLS.com, and the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel.
If it's time to refresh your home, there's no need to travel out of town. We have a 25,000 square foot showroom at Bruxford's Home Center with everything you need. We have furniture for every room in your home, flooring in every texture, color, and style imaginable, kitchen appliances and laundry sets, bedding, window treatments, and home decor. And it's all backed by our legendary customer service. Let us help you refresh your home at Bruxford's Home Center, 405 Truman Road in Pella.
When storms strike or shingles fail, trust Central Iowa Roofing, a certified Owens Corning preferred contractor, to protect what matters most to deliver quality craftsmanship, reliable service, and durable results. Every time. Whether it's repairs, replacements, or new construction, Central Iowa Roofing is your local roofing expert. Call Central Iowa Roofing today or visit centraliowaroofinginc.com. Central Iowa Roofing, specializing in happy customers.
All right, guys, we know you've got a lot on your plate. You're managing projects, hitting deadlines, and probably trying to remember the last time you actually took a break. But here's the thing, your health is the most important project of all. This June, during Men's Health Month, take a minute to check in on yourself. Schedule your annual checkup at Pella Regional Medical Clinics. It's quick, it's easy, and no, you don't need to bring your power tools. Visit PellaHealth.org or call 641-621-2200 to schedule your appointment today.
Have you ever heard that if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is? So when you hear things like buy this item and you'll get something else for free, there's usually a catch. Heinz Mechanical, your premier Lennox residential and commercial dealer in Indianola, doesn't play games like the other HVAC dealers do. Heinz Mechanical will give a fair and honest deal on only quality Lennox heating and cooling system. Let Heinz Mechanical help you and your family and your business stay comfortable. They sell only the best and service all brands. Call 515-337-2074. Heinz Mechanical, service done right.
Where is everybody? Hello? Is anybody here?
You survived another tax season, and those fly-by-night tax preparers all seem to have disappeared. Your friends at Van Mon and Seatstra, Meyer and Nickel are here for you all year long. Your life is chaotic, crazy, super busy, and you don't just need help during tax season. Let Van Mon and Seatstra, Meyer and Nickel help you every day, all year long. Save time, gain peace of mind with Van Mon and Seatstra, Meyer and Nickel.
This is Austin from Pella Car Care, your local home of quality automotive service. We're proud to support the coverage of the Pella Christian Eagles. Much like the excellent athletic programs at Pella Christian High School, we at Pella Car Care strive to consistently exceed expectations. We are proud to continue caring for our community by providing exceptional, convenient automotive service.
Check out my dad's team at PellaCarCare.com. Go Eagles!
PellaMotors.com is bringing you employee pricing and incredible spring savings. Save over $14,000 off a 2025 Chrysler Pacifica, perfect for families on the go. Get over $9,000 off a powerful new Ram 2500. 0% financing available on 2025 Chevrolet Silverado. Or take home a GMC Sierra with $6,250 in cash allowances. Great selection, small town service. PellaMotors.com delivers every time.
Feel the summer heat creeping in? Don't sweat it. Vanderlinden Service is here to keep things cool for you. Whether it's repairing, recharging, or replacing your commercial or residential air conditioning system, trust Vanderlinden Services, a certified York dealer. So stay cool and comfortable all summer long. Don't let the heat ruin your summer. Call me, Austin Vanderlinden, for reliable, friendly service that you can trust, or visit vanderlindenservices.com. Vanderlinden Services, the best for the job.
Welcome back to post-game coverage of Pella and Pella Christian Baseball. Pella taking game one of our doubleheader here in the start of the Tulip City Showdown doubleheader tonight. 8-1 as we look at our McCall Monumental radio play and player of the game. Russ, it's spelled out pretty clearly here for me. Our player of the game definitely goes to Samuel Carlson of the Dutch. He was huge here in game number one. A thorn in the side of Elliot Minninga, any Eagle on the field. Couldn't get him out tonight. He goes a solid 3 for 3 with 2 RBIs and a run scored in that 8-1 victory for the Dutch. Our play of the game presented by McCall Monument here, our monumental play, is the 2-run shot by Lake Kalman. It was 3-1. Eagles were kind of hanging around. You felt pretty good about it. If you're the Eagles, it's like, oh, only 2 runs. Lake Kalman comes up in the 5th inning, turns on an inside fastball from Elliot Minninga, sends it over the left field fence, and that was kind of the one that was like,
once it was 5-1, you could just tell it took the wind out of their sail a little bit there, and got a little bit away from them after that.
Yeah.
So, that was definitely a kind of a backbreaker for Pella Christian.
Especially a game where we have plenty of great defensive plays, too. You could point to a lot of those, but that was really kind of the dagger there. That's our McCall Monument Radio Monumental Play and Player of the Game. When it's time to memorialize your loved one or pre-plan your own memorial, trust the area's leading monument designer and installer, McCall Monument, on Old Highway 163 West in Pella. Tonight's longest drive of the game presented by Hearthstone. We just mentioned it because it's our monumental play of the game presented by McCall Monument. But our longest drive presented by Hearthstone is the Lake Kalman 2-run shot. It was the one ball that left the yard. It's by definition, the longest drive. Longest drive you can get. That's our longest drive of the game presented by Hearthstone, a ministry of Wesley Life, supporting the health, independence, and well-being of older adults in Pella. Coach Feiner bringing the Game 2 lineup, which is always a good thing for us to have. So we'll talk about that here in just a moment. But again, our final stats presented by the draft agency. We'll look at the final numbers here. Across the board, Pella Christian 1 run on 4 hits. They committed 1 error in the field. The Dutch of Pella, they had 8 runs on 9 hits, committed 1 error in the field. Leading the way for the Eagles, Elliot Minninga had 2 of the 4 base knocks. And 2 of the 4 base knocks, again, belonging to Elliot Minninga. 1 for Brecken Ritzert, 1 for Garrett Wheelard. 1 walk for Brecken Ritzert, 1 for Connor Van Zee, and 1 for Hudson Ritzert in the contest. The 1 RBI went to Elliot Minninga. He plated Ben Van Weingarten back in the 2nd inning. Elliot Minninga takes the loss on the bump, 5 2/3 innings, 8 hits allowed, 8 runs, 7 walks, 2 strikeouts. That's tonight's final stats presented by the Verdeft Agency. For the Eagles, now for Pella, Again, Samuel Carlson led the way. He had 3 hits for the Dutch. Landon Bethards and Nathan Carey each had 1 hit. Lake Kalman and Lincoln Kosur each had 2 hits in the win. That's your 9 hits right there in the contest. The 8 runs, 2 of them scored by Isaiah Kettler as he drew 2 walks. Nathan Carey scored a run as well. Hayes Lottenbach had a run. Lake Kalman had a run. Lincoln Kosur had a run, and Sam Carlson had 1 run. Those are your 8 runs. 8 walks for the Dutch, 2 apiece for Hayes Lottenbach and Isaiah Kettler, 1 for Anderson Sherm, 1 for Lincoln Kosur, 1 for Brandon Knox. And that is where we're at there. Nathan Vanderlyn, complete game win, 4 hits, 1 run, 3 walks, 9 strikeouts. That is the final stats presented by the Verdeft Agency. Let Chad, Lance, or Larry examine your stats and customize an insurance plan for you. The Verdeft Agency providing complete courteous service to the Pella area for nearly 100 years. And if we can get things figured out here, we lost connection back to the studio. We're going to take a timeout once we get that back up and running here in just a moment to be able to get into our final segment of the night. And not sure what, just encountered several technical difficulties tonight. We're going to, just keep powering through on those and, hopefully be wrap it up here soon. I guess the other thing we could say is the road ahead is presented by Jeremy Dingham Concrete. We're going to have game number 2 here coming up in a little bit for Pella and Pella Christian Baseball on KNIA-KRLS.com. And again, we will go ahead and take a short timeout. And once we get things figured out, and we will be back on KNIA-KRLS.com with more Pella Christian and Pella Baseball coverage to wrap up our post-game show on KNIA-KRLS.com and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel.
Employee pricing on all new Chevy, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Rams at DeArmond Automotive in Knoxville, Iowa. You pay what we pay. New Chevy Silverado 1500 Trail Boss with over $10,000 off. Lease a 2025 Chevy Equinox EV for only $399 per month. And get employee pricing on a new 2025 Ram 1500 with an additional $3,000 off. Save big with Employee Pricing Plus at DeArmond Automotive, Knoxville.
For your next concrete project, call Jeremy Dingaman at 780-7100. Jeremy is a 4th-generation concrete man with the knowledge and experience to take care of your next concrete project. Driveways, patios, and sidewalks. Call Jeremy Dingaman Concrete at 780-7100. Garages and basement floors, colored or stamped concrete. Call Jeremy Dingaman Concrete at 780-7100. New construction or concrete removal and replacement, residential, commercial, or agricultural, you need to call Jeremy Dingaman Concrete at 780-7100.
Unity Point Clinic Norwalk provides family medicine for people of all ages in Norwalk and the surrounding area. Conveniently located at 801 Colonial Circle and open Monday through Thursday 7:30 to 5:30 and Fridays 7:30 to 5, Unity Point Clinic Norwalk can provide a variety of services for your physical, emotional, and mental health needs, such as routine checkups, immunizations, annual physical exams, and other preventative care. When it comes to your health, trust the professionals at Unity Point Clinic in Norwalk.
Several of your summer favorites are back for a limited time only at Culver's and Newton, plus a new treat. Our lemon ice is now available. Enjoy it on its own as a lemon ice cooler with your choice of fruit, or add custard to make it a smoothie. We've also brought back our strawberry field salad. And if you love Skittles, add Culver's custard and taste the rainbow with the Skittles concrete mixer. All of these items are available right now at Culver's Restaurant in Newton, where we're locally owned and involved in your community, just off I-80 exit 164.
In today's age, customers are searching online for the services they need. Is your business being found? Having a mobile-friendly, responsive website increases the chances of you winning a new customer when they're searching online. At KNIA KRLS, we can help you develop an engaging, mobile-first, responsive website through our Iowa Digital Connect division. If you have a sales representative that you already work with, just ask them about developing your new website or reach out to us online by going to iowadigitalconnect.com.
At Greg Young Chevrolet in Norwalk, your satisfaction is their top priority. Their friendly professional team is committed to helping you find the information and assistance you need at every step of the car buying and ownership journey. Combine that with their award-winning customer service, thousands of vehicles to choose from, and always here community care, you can trust the team at Greg Young Chevrolet in Norwalk will go the extra mile to ensure you drive away in the new or used vehicle that fits you. Check them out at gychevynorwalk.com or stop by the dealership at 2501 Sunset Drive in Norwalk today.
In need of roof repairs or a brand new roof? Experience the Wolf Way. Hi, I'm Kevin from Wolf Roofing. At Wolf, the Wolf Way means doing business with honesty, integrity, and a commitment to quality craftsmanship. For over 30 years, we've been repairing and replacing roofs across central Iowa, earning trust one home at a time. Our customers keep recommending us because we treat your home like it's our own, and we stand behind our work every step of the way. Call Wolf Roofing today for a free no-pressure inspection and estimate at 515-225-8866 or visit us online at wolfroofing.net. Wolf Roofing. Local, experienced, trusted.
Thanks for tuning in to this exclusive presentation of live South Central Iowa high school summer sports coverage on KNIA and KRLS. Streaming live at KNIAKRLS.com and on the free KNIA. Thanks for tuning in to this exclusive presentation of live South Central Iowa high school summer sports coverage.
I remember when I lost my mind.
Welcome to this exclusive presentation of live high school summer sports coverage on the one to count on for today's local sports, KNIA KRLS, streaming at KNIAKRLS.com and on the free KNIA KRLS app. We'll get you ready for all of tonight's action with our keys to the game, starting lineups, colors of the game, and more. Now let's head to the field for all the exciting action on the one to count on for today's local sports coverage, KNIA and KRLS.
Welcome back. We're hoping for a technical difficulty-free game here between Pella Christian and Game 2 of our doubleheader in baseball action. We are getting ready to start, and it'll be Brecken Ritzert leading off for Pella Christian here in the top of the first inning as we are through the national anthem and through all that stuff. He'll be followed up, or he'll be having a counterpart on the mound of Hayes Lautenbach. He will get the start here in game number 2 as we look at our pregame festivities here. We've got our game time temperature presented by Van Haften Plumbing and Heating, and our pregame temperature for tonight's contest is 78 degrees. That's our game time temperature presented by Van Haften Plumbing and Heating, your local cooling and heating experts. You'll rest easy when you pick up the phone in here.
Van Haften.
Our McCall Monumental Radio keys to the game. Russ, I'm going to go back and I'm going to double up on this one for both the Eagles and the Dutch. I think it's going to be whichever team is more efficient on the mound. Grant Kelderman getting the start for the Eagles tonight. Hayes Lautenbach for Pella. We saw it in game 1. Elliott Minigan, Nathan Mandaloon had a good start, but it took a little bit for each team to kind of get their groove on the mound. Nathan found it first, and that really allowed Pella to settle in and have a great start here as our opening pitch presented by Dutch Mill Supply and Pella. Your only locally owned lumberyard and building material supplier is in there for strike 1 to Brecken Ritzert. Now he'll hit a ground ball to the shortstop, Landon Bethards, who will throw it across the diamond in time to retire Ritzert.
Yeah, I mean, pitcher came off aggressive, throwing 2 first strikes, getting ahead and making the ball put in play.
Yeah, our McCall Monumental Radio keys to the game. Don't burden your loved ones with planning your memorial. After you're gone, pre-plan your memorial and trust the family at McCall Monument, the area's leading monument designer and installer on Old Highway 163 West in Pella. Our starting lineups for tonight's contest, as we mentioned, Brecken Ritzert led off with a ground ball out to the shortstop. Here in game number 2, Landon Bethards. Continuing on with our starting lineups for Pella Christian. Catcher, number 15, Elliott Minninga. He's batting second. Pitcher, Grant Kelderman, batting third. Connor Van Zee playing second base, batting fourth. Josiah Vink is batting fifth, playing left field. Garrett Wheeler at shortstop is batting sixth. Ben Van Weingarten at third base is batting seventh. Sammy Aquaviva getting the start at DH tonight in the 8th spot. Hitting in place of Hudson Ritzert, the right fielder. And Finn Sprunk playing first base is batting in the 9th spot for the Eagles. Is Elliott Minninga on a 1-1 offering. He'll hit a chopper over to second base. That'll be fielded by Samuel Carlson. He'll make the play and retire Minninga for the second out as the pitcher, Grant Kelderman, will now face his counterpart, Hayes Lautenbach, who's leading off for the Dutch in their starting lineup presented by Pella Real Estate Services. Anderson Sherm catching. He's batting second. Isaiah Kettler playing center field is batting third. Samuel Carlson playing second base. He's batting fourth. Nathan Carey will be doing the DHing for Nathan Vandaloon in left field here in game number 2. Lake Cowman back in right field. Ryan Howard is at third base. Lucas Jablonski's at first base, and Landon Bethards is at shortstop. And strike 1 here to Grant Kelderman. Again, those are your starting lineups presented by Pella Real Estate Services. They're a full-service brokerage with a lineup that includes residential, commercial, real estate, acreages, property management, storage facilities, and both short-term and long-term rental options. Call 628-1-BUY for Pella Real Estate Services. Foul ball at the bat of Kelderman on the 0-2, and now quickly Lautenbach gets a third strike swinging for Kelderman. Quick work for Lautenbach here in the top of the first inning. Pella leads it, or they come up in a 0-0 tie.
Yeah.
We're tired.
You were just saying that last game,
Yeah,
right?
we're just coming off game number 1.
Yeah.
Game number 2, Pella comes to bat with Lautenbach, Sherm, and Kettler in the bottom of the first when we return on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel.
Have you ever heard that if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is? So when you hear things like buy this item and you'll get something else for free, there's usually a catch. Heinz Mechanical, your premier Lennox residential and commercial dealer in Indianola, doesn't play games like the other HVAC dealers do. Heinz Mechanical will give a fair and honest deal on only quality Lennox heating and cooling system. Let Hines Mechanical help you and your family and your business stay comfortable. They sell only the best and service all brands. Call 515-337-2074. Hines Mechanical, service done right.
You're a true Midwesterner. You know how to handle the cold, but can your roof? Winter's freezing temps, ice, and snow can be just as tough on your roof as summer storms. If you're unsure whether your roof is up to the challenge, call Wolf Roofing today for a free, no-obligation inspection. At Wolf Roofing, we treat your home like it's our own, with care. That's the Wolf way. Call 515-225-8866 or visit wolfroofing.net to schedule your appointment. Wolf Roofing, local, experienced, and trusted by Central Iowans for over 30 years.
If you have a sump pump, you should strongly consider having a new smart breaker installed before the next storm hits. At Centerpoint Electric, we're here to help with any electrical project you have, big or small. We can install a smart breaker to monitor your sump pump's usage 24/7, detecting issues like motor overloads or electrical shorts before they become disasters. You'll get real-time alerts right on your phone, so you can act fast and keep your basement dry. Check us out online at centerpoint-electric.com. We're wired for excellence.
Welcome back here on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. Grant Kelderman takes the bump for the Eagles. He'll face Hayes Lautenbach, his counterpart, to start off the bottom of the first inning. Pella coming off an 8-1 win in game number 1 here for the start of our doubleheader tonight. How about this in softball action? Newton 12, Indianola 3 final.
Wow. That
unbelievable.
That kind of will shock a couple people in Little Hawkeye, won't it?
Yeah, it definitely. I definitely think it will send some wake-up calls that Newton might be around to stay. They're our newest team in the KNIA KRLS family of teams, and they get a big win tonight over in Indianola.
Yeah, it probably doesn't happen a whole lot there by the Birds.
Yeah, and a wild ending over in the softball diamond. Pella ends up coming back to defeat Pella Christian 6-5. With a walk-off in the 7th inning as Kelderman started off. Hayes Lautenbach with ball 1, then fires back strike 1. Our Marion County Bank radio scoreboard, a lot of scores rolling in. Again, Newton softball defeats Indianola 12-3. Pella defeats Pella Christian in softball 6-5. Pella won game 1 of our doubleheader 8-1. Twin Cedars baseball defeats Melcher Dallas 11-2. And those are our scores on the Marion County Bank radio scoreboard. Marion County's financial leader is Marion County Bank, with offices in Pella, Knoxville, and Melcher Dallas. Are serving you and building community across the county. 1-2 offering from Kelderman, misses high and away for ball 2. As you're listening to Pella and Pella Christian High School baseball, powered by Bank Iowa on KNIA, KRLS.com. And swing and a miss for Lautenbach. As the ball was in the dirt, Minninga fielded it, threw it down to Finn Sprunk at first base. First out of the game for Grant Kelderman, as Anderson Sherm will now step in. Looking to get things started with 1 out for the Pella squad.
Nice block by Elliott, keeping in front of him and throw him out at first base. That's not as easy as you think.
No, definitely not an easy play there. Game reset wired by Centerpoint Electric. 1 out, bottom of the first inning. Pella and Pella Christian tied 0-0. Here is Anderson Sherm, second batter for the Dutch. He'll ground it to Wheeler at shortstop. He'll throw it over to Finn Sprunk at first base in time for out number 2. And that's a game reset wired by Centerpoint Electric, where they are wired for excellence.
For the Dutch.
And that's going to bring up Isaiah Kettler, the center fielder. He'll step to the plate now. See if he can't get something started with 2 outs and bring up Samuel Carlson, who was the thorn in the Eagles' side in game 1.
Yeah, right. He had a great first game, didn't he?
Yeah, 3 for 3. Perfect day at the plate with a run scored and 2 RBIs.
Just his presence at the plate made it challenging for the pitchers and allowed the base runners to be a little more active, I think. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Kelderman firing in strike 1 to Kettler to start off this at bat. Kettler takes strike 2. Kelderman.
Good pop by Kelderman, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's working quick here in his half of the frame. He's at 8 pitches thus far. Lautenbach threw 8 in his half of the first. Kelderman at 8 at the moment. And then pitch number 9, strike 3. Kettler goes down looking. So a 17-pitch first inning. Pella Christian and Pella tied 0-0 after 1. Well, Steph Boy will be back inside the broadcast booth here at Pella High School on KNIAKRLS.com and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel as the Eagles and Dutch are knotted up at zeros after one.
The battery-powered lawn equipment you've always wanted is here. Toro's Flex Force line of walk mowers and lawn tools are easy to use, fast, quiet, and just as powerful as gas-powered. No hassles, no cords, and virtually no maintenance. Check out Toro's line of Flex Force lawn mowers and lawn tools at DeRuyter Lawn Equipment in Pella.
Is pain interfering with your ability to enjoy life? At Kinetic Edge Physical Therapy, we work hard to find the root of the problem so you can feel better and function better. Choose Kinetic Edge to get back to living a healthy, happy, hope-filled life. We have clinics in Newton, Colfax, Pella, Oskaloosa, Des Moines, Ames, Albia, and Centerville. Learn more about us and our services for people of all ages at KineticEdgePT.com or call us at any of our locations.
Unity Point Clinic Norwalk provides family medicine for people of all ages in Norwalk and the surrounding area. Conveniently located at 801 Colonial Circle and open Monday through Thursday 7:30 to 5:30 and Fridays 7:30 to 5, Unity Point Clinic Norwalk can provide a variety of services for your physical, emotional, and mental health needs such as routine checkups, immunizations, annual physical exams, and other preventative care. When it comes to your health, trust the professionals at Unity Point Clinic in Norwalk.
Welcome back here on KNIAKRLS.com and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. Connor Van Zee stepping in. He takes strike one from Hayes Lautenbach. Second pitch, he'll swing and miss at for strike two. As we are flying through game number two here, Russ. Neither pitcher wasted much time in the start of this contest.
I like aggressiveness. I'm not going to lie. I mean, they're just attacking each other, and they're both bringing good heat, off the mound, right?
Yeah, I mean, we might be lucky to see a Pella Motors timeout at the rate we're going. As Connor Van Zee will sky one into right field. Lake Kalman will make the catch for out number one and toss it back in. And that'll bring up number 18, Josiah Vink. He'll face off with Lautenbach now. So usually we do mid-game adjustments. I might be making second-inning adjustments here. Might be changing the title here as Vink now will line out to Kalman out in right field for out number two.
One pitch went out on that one too. I mean, he's what's it? 4 pitches this inning?
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna say this, Russ. Normally we do mid-game adjustments. I'm switching it up. Second-inning adjustments. Make some pitchers, throw some pitches if you're in the box, man.
That's what I'm.
We're gonna work some foul balls, things like that, man. I mean, our mid-game adjustments. I'm joking about that. I'm not actually gonna do that right now, but we'll wait for mid-game. But I mean, right now our pitchers are just working at a great pace. I mean,
they are. They're at their momentum that they want to be at, right?
Yeah, 1 ball, no strikes to Garrett Wheeler now as the first pitch missed. Pitch number 2 also missing. Say, I like that Sherm. I don't know if Sherm's getting dirt intentionally in that glove or not, but every pitch he's got a nice little cloud of dust out of the glove there.
Cool effect, right?
Oh yeah, 3-0 the count here for Garrett Wheeler. On cue. I made the joke about a mid-game adjustment, and we're seeing more pitches.
Like I said earlier, you're ahead of your time there, Tyler, right?
I know. Strike one in there, so 4 pitches to Garrett Wheeler. He'd thrown 4 pitches between Connor Van Zee and Josiah Vink in the first 2 at-bats of the inning.
Yeah.
But, again, we're here on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel as well as KNIAKRLS.com. The 3-1, Garrett Wheeler will chop it, and Lautenbach will field it. Came off the mound.
Nice job by Lautenbach.
Real quick.
Down 3-0 on that. Came back and got him, Nice job by Lautenbach.
Yeah, and he sprung off the mound to go field that ground ball, tossed it over in time, gets Wheelered out. We go to the bottom of the second, tied 0-0 on KNIAKRLS.com and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. We'll be back right after this.
The horn on the car goes beep, 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 beep. The horn on the car goes beep, beep, beep at Central Tire and Auto.
You probably don't need your horn fixed, but if you do, Central Tire and Auto can help with your horn and almost any other issue you have. For tires, front end work, there are no appointment oil change, and full mechanical work on your vehicle. Stop and see Sean DeWard and his crew next to Walmart in Pella. Everybody now.
Central Tire and Auto.
Do you want a career where you can pursue joy? Hearthstone and Pella is looking for RNs and LPNs to join the team at the cottages, and they're offering a pretty spectacular sign-on bonus of $5,000 for new full-time nurses and $3,000 for part-time. You'll have the opportunity to directly and positively impact the health and well-being of the residents at the cottages. To apply for the RN or LPN position, visit wesleylife.org/Hearthstone and click Join Our Team, or call Ann at 620-4162.
Employee pricing at DeArmond Ford Indianola with additional discounts all month long. New 2024 F-150s with over $20,000 off plus 5.9% for 84 months. Get a new Ford Bronco with employee pricing plus 3.9% for 72 months. Employee pricing on new Bronco Sports plus $750 off. And new Expeditions with over $6,000 off with employee pricing at DeArmondFord.com.
Welcome back here on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. Grant Kelderman back out for his second inning of work. Starts off 1-0 against Samuel Carlson. The thorn in the Eagle side in game one. Now ball two, high and inside. See if Kelderman can work back now against Carlson.
He was working pretty quick there, but got 2 balls on him right away.
And he did. In case you missed it, presented by the veterinarians at Tri-County Veterinary Clinic. Dutch taking game one of the series here earlier tonight, 8-1. Behind the bats is Samuel Carlson and Lake Cowman.
That's a respect for Carlson right there. On a 2-0, he comes with a curveball. Not too often do you see that, but that just shows the respect he's got for him.
Carlson showed bunt as Kelderman threw it right down the middle for strike one on the 3-0.
Nobody was buying that.
Yeah. Carlson, I think, was trying to make him.
Yeah, getting his head a little bit there.
Yep. And I think they're going to rule that a hit by pitch.
I think you're right.
It was going to be a walk anyways, but regardless, Carlson's on first base, however you want to word it.
Now batting for
walk,
the
hit by pitch, if it's all the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Nathan Carey.
So the designated hitter, Nathan Carey, he will come to the plate. He's hitting for Nathan Vandeloon. Kelderman with a runner on first base runner of the contest for either team. Kelderman's breaking ball. They're going to say it was just upstairs. I think he's checking.
Yeah, it's a little high there. Mm-hmm.
Yep, he's checking with their home plate umpire, who
he would have liked to have had that.
Told him.
Yeah, it was a little up there.
Yep. So, again, our score is 0-0 in the bottom of the second inning. Samuel Carlson at first base is the lone base runner so far in this game. Two 2-0 the count here for Kelderman as the Dutch making him work here in the second inning. That ball in the dirt and now caught in no man's land.
Great job by Elliott making it.
Elliott runs all the way out and throws out the runner on the 3-0. Carlson caught in no man's land on the ball in the dirt there. Great job by Minninga to get an out for his pitcher, Grant Kelderman, as Nathan Carey has a 3-0 count. And Kelderman was starting to put 2 on the base pass here for the Dutch in the bottom of the second.
Carlson was waiting for him to throw one way or another way, and he was going to go the opposite way, but Elliott did the perfect thing, ran right at him, waited for him to commit, and then thankfully got him out of second.
Yeah, great job by Elliott.
No doubt.
As Carey takes ball 4.
Grant's kind of struggling a little bit here starting off the second inning. First inning was fantastic. Now he's hit a batter, but it was ball 4 either way, and now ball 4 on him right there.
Yeah, he's just kind of struggling to find the zone at the moment.
Yeah.
Now batting.
You didn't want to put a runner on the base for this guy, Nate Kalman coming up.
Yeah.
Some Insta Radio updates. Knoxville baseball trails Albia 2-1 after 1. And Melcher Downless softball defeats Lamoni 16-7. Grant Kelderman fires the first pitch to Kalman, and it's in there for strike 1. Oh, 1 the count here for Kelderman to Kalman. 1 out. Kalman foul ball straight back.
Grant's got to feel a little bit better about that, getting ahead 0-2 instead of the previous two pitches or batters where he was getting down 2-0.
Yeah, 0-2 the count here to Kalman. So if he can get him out, that would be 2 of the 3, huge bats.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I mean, the power threat of Kalman, Kettler.
Oh, boy.
Kalman just about took Kelderman's head off there with a line drive right back into center field. Kelderman just able to duck out of the way there. Glad he was, because that would have been that would not have been a fun shot to wear.
Man, just right back at him. Can't get harder than that.
No.
I'm kind of surprised he gave him something to hit on an 0-2. But,
Yeah.
He started throwing a few pitches this inning. Thought he'd just keep going after him, I guess.
Yeah, and that'll bring up Ryan Howard with runners at first and second. Nathan Carey at second. Lake Kalman at first for the Dutch, threatening to score here in the bottom of the second inning. Kelderman looking back at Carey at second base. Now we'll come home. Strike 1 to Howard. Here in game number 2. The Dutch won game number 1 earlier, 8-1. Looking to win the season series. Breaking ball, they're going to say just missed. Howard started to go around, but was able to hold back. Finn Sprunk is playing up in case of a bunt over there at first base for the Eagles. Kelderman checking that runner at second. Instant radio update, top of the third inning in softball. Albia 1, Knoxville 0. Howard taking another ball. As the count goes to 2-1 here for Kelderman against Howard. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Bottom of the second. Pella with runners on first and second facing Kelderman. Howard swings and misses. Count goes to 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes to Ryan Howard. 1 away in the bottom of the second inning. Grant Kelderman will get to work around a little bit of a jam. Timeout called by Howard here after a long pause by Kelderman. Kelderman checking that runner at second base.
It kind of comes back to that first game. Pella was so aggressive on the base paths, so that's in the back of Grant's mind, keep him close to that base as possible, right?
Absolutely. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And the curveball in the inner half fooled Howard there and froze him. Strike 3 for Kelderman, gets a big second out.
A nice pitch with 2 strikes there and 2 balls. Have some confidence in that.
Jablonski.
Absolutely. That'll bring up Lucas Jablonski, the first baseman for Pella. Foul ball, making its way over towards the football field.
Just
on the first base
on
side.
the track, yeah.
Track that is hosting a lot of greatness here over the last few years.
It's a lot of fun, right?
Here in this
facility's fantastic. The upgrade they did at the stadium, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
just top notch.
That it is. 1 ball, 1 strike as Kelderman missed the zone on that pitch.
That must have broke kind of late. That looked pretty good there, didn't it?
It did.
But
we are a little bit off the plate, so give him the benefit of the doubt. It might have missed that corner.
Yeah,
might have went around the plate.
Yeah, exactly. Broke late behind it.
Yeah, that one did not. That one was about as close to down the middle. He gassed the fastball up, and he dared Lucas Jablonski to hit that ball, and
Grant was going after
he held off.
Yeah. See if Grant can help himself out here with him on a 1-2 here, 2 outs. See how aggressive Jesse might be with the base pass here, too. You know it?
Yeah, runners remain at second and first. Jablonski swings and misses. Kelderman gets out of the jam, and we stay tied 0-0. Going into the top of the third already when we come back on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on Pella Dutch Live.
At Pella Real Estate Services, we're a full-service brokerage with 11 licensed agents. Hi, I'm Brendan Foudy, and if you're thinking about selling your home, talk to us about how you can save up to $10,000. We start with a free two-step market analysis to give you an accurate, competitive home value. Our in-house marketing expert ensures maximum exposure, and when it's time to close, our in-house agent takes care of everything. Get started today and save up to $10,000 by visiting PellaRealEstateServices.com.
June is National Dairy Month, and at Lely, we join in efforts to celebrate the contributions of the dairy industry. From calcium to potassium, dairy products like milk provide you with 9 essential nutrients for better health. Whether it's protein to help build and repair the muscle tissue in active bodies, or vitamin A to maintain a healthy skin, dairy products are a natural nutrient powerhouse. Lely provides leading dairy farm automation solutions around the world with our North American headquarters located in Pella, and we encourage you to join us in the celebration of our industry with National Dairy Month all month long.
School's out, and Scooter's Coffee reminds you that they haven't forgot about the kids in the back seat while you're headed out for your summer adventures. When you swing by to get your favorite Scooter's drink, order the kids some pretzel snackers, mini sugar cookies, cotton candy or strawberry little smoothies, or a refreshing lemon berryade. Scooter's Coffee. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast, and kid-friendly too.
Welcome back here on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on Pella Dutch Live. Hayes Lautenbach back out here for the top of the third inning. Ground ball hit by Ben Van Weingarten on a 1-0 count, and a great play at third base by Ryan Howard, ranging over,
no doubt,
making the
stretch
play.
out and get that. What a fantastic play.
Yeah, that'll bring up the designated hitter, number 8, Sammy. That'll bring up number 8, Sammy Aquaviva.
I love how you pronounce that. I'm not going to try it. I'm just be honest.
It's
I'm
one of my.
Just call him Sammy.
I was saying, Coach Feinhardt said it to me once, and I was like, I'm going to run with it. That is an awesome name, Aquaviva.
It is, man. You pronounce it well too. You're all over that. Okay.
It's a fun name to say. There's a lot of fun names to say over here, but
I'm afraid I'd be getting out the butcher knife and butchering it up.
Sammy Aquaviva stepping in, and Hayes Lautenbach quickly go to work here in this at bat. 0-2, the count to Aquaviva. On deck is Finn Sprunk, and Aquaviva swings, misses. Strike 3. Lautenbach continues to just mow down Eagles bats.
Yeah.
Lautenbach needing just 22 pitches to get through 2 2/3 innings on the mound.
You can't dial it up any better than that, can you?
I don't know that you can.
I don't think you can
he's
either.
basically coming out here with, besting immaculate innings almost.
Yeah.
You almost prefer these to some of the immaculate innings that you see, but Finn Sprunk taking strike 1 now. He digs in. Swing and a miss from Sprunk. Okay, he's working on... Ooh, that's unfortunate. Sprunk wore that one in the middle of the back. That one hurt. That was pitch number 8.
You could hear the flash here about 80 feet away from that, just thud, right?
Yeah, that did not sound fun.
That's one he'll feel tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's, that'll probably have seams in his back on it, too. You know that.
Yeah, we got our first Pella Motors timeout to check on Finn. He wore that fastball. They're going to give him a second to walk that one off. That's a Pella Motors timeout. At Pella Motors, you'll drive away happy. That's the Pella Motors guarantee.
That's the last thing Lautenbach wanted to do. He was up 0-2.
Yeah.
Number 9 hitter. And then he just plunked him in the back there, just kind of got away from him. Sometimes that happens with left-handed batters. Sometimes the pitcher just loses control of it, you know what I'm saying?
Especially when you're seeing this Eagles lineup, you go 8 righties in a row, so you throw a lot of your pitches. You're trying to throw the outer half of the plate. Well, you throw the lefty in there.
Yeah.
You get one that just goes a little bit too far outside of those righties. Well, you're hitting that lefty.
And he didn't get out of the way at all.
Yeah.
He just kind of turned and took it square in the back.
That he did. So... Lautenbach's inning will move on a little bit longer. 1 ball to Breckenritzer. Now he takes strike 1 on the inner half of the plate. Lottenbach. Strike two. Ritzer did not like that one at
That
all.
at all, dude. The high curve ball
The
there.
look on his face as he looked back
Yeah.
at the umpire on that one said it all.
Yeah.
He was like, you sure that was there?
At least with strike two, so he's still got a chance to compete here.
Yeah, 1-2, and now a swing at the
Chase the high
fastball
one.
upstairs. That'll be strike three. Eagles get a runner on with the hit by pitch. Not able to do anything with him. We're through 2.5. Here in Pella, the Dutch and the Eagles tied 0-0 going to the bottom of 3 when we return on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel.
There's a place for wood in your backyard. We recommend the Fire Pit. If you're planning to build or replace a deck, open a world of possibilities with TimberTech decking. For classic looks and performance that outlast a wooden deck, make sure your next deck is a TimberTech. To learn more about your decking project, visit the experts at Gilchrist Jewett Lumber Hardware and Design Center.
Randall Roofing, where your roofing and gutter needs are our priority. Randy Jarzombic here, owner of Randall Roofing and proud sponsor of sprint car drivers Jamie Ball and Tyler Grunendijk.
Welcome back here on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. Hopefully we're still on. We've had all sorts of technical difficulties here tonight. Not sure what just happened, but Landon Bethards is up for Pella. He takes ball 1 from Kelderman. Again, not sure why we keep experiencing technical difficulties, but we just can't seem to catch a break out here tonight.
Technology is great when it works, right?
It is great when it works. When it doesn't, it's the most frustrating thing. Bethards 1-2 the count as Kelderman gets a swing and a miss.
Nice curveball by Grant there.
Absolutely.
And he comes right back with it.
And a swing and a miss is Minninga. They say you got a foul tip on it.
Oh, okay. Surprised he ran to first base on that then, but that's how it goes.
Exactly. Two and two the count here for Kelderman to Bethards. All right, trying to work through all these technical difficulties. And strike 3. Kelderman continues to excel on the bump for the Eagles here as he gets a swing and a miss and brings up the top of the order in Hayes Lautenbach.
Hayes Lautenbach.
Yeah, both pitchers thrown really well here through 3 innings.
So no balls, 1 strike. Oh, 1. Kelderman throws that one in the dirt. Throws the 1-1 in the dirt as well to Lautenbach, make it 2-1. Sorry about the delay. We've been experiencing those technical difficulties here that are really driving us nuts a little bit tonight, but we're making it work as best we can. But looks like it's all right, hopefully we've got this figured out now from the technical difficulty standpoint of things. But Grant Kelderman fires. Lautenbach ground ball on a 2-2 offering. Wheeler at shortstop throws it across the diamond in time to retire Lautenbach. That'll be out number 2.
Now batting for the Dutch.
Nice play by Wheeler there to square his shoulders up and get across the diamond.
Yeah, good job by Wheeler. That'll bring up Anderson Sherm. Gelderman's pitch to Sherm bounces in the dirt. Ball 1.
Nice scoop by Elliott, wasn't it?
Yeah, great scoop by Elliott. Again, there's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Apologies. And we are, again, having all sorts of technical problems. So I have no idea. It sounds like we're struggling on the KNIAKRLS.com, KRLS2 stream. Hopefully we're coming through on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. But Sherm will pop one up behind second base. And Connor Van Zee will make the catch. We're going to hopefully restart the system and make everything work when we return on KNIAKRLS.com. We'll continue on Pella Dutch Live after this on KNI. Hopefully we're still live here on the Pella Dutch YouTube channel. We're, again, experiencing a lot of technical difficulties on the KRLS2 stream. So if you know someone that was listening there and we are on the YouTube channel, please instruct them to go over to that to listen to the game while we are experiencing our issues on KRLS2. Grant Kelderman is up after Elliot Minninga was retired to lead off the top of inning number 4 here. And Russ, I might have to ask for your help here. I've been trying to deal with these technical difficulties. Not sure exactly how Elliott was retired there. But
he had a pop out between third and shortstop, and shortstop grabbed it. So kind of a lazy fly ball on the infield there.
Thank you. 1-2. Grant Kelderman swings, or 1-1. He swung on and missed against Lautenbach for strike 2. And Kelderman now takes ball 2 on a breaking ball, low and outside. Kelderman on the 2-2 takes ball 3, low and away. On what looked like a pretty good pitch from.
Yeah, it's a pretty good 2-2 pitch there.
Lautenbach to Kelderman, but it remains a full count for the Eagles right-hander, and he will go down swinging. Strike 3, out number 2 here as we are mowing through the top of the 4th inning.
Connor Van Zee.
Check swing by there. Connor there going 0-2 here. He's Lautenbach's doing a great job being aggressive here.
Thank you. Continuing to try to figure out whatever's going on here with our system.
I'll try to fill in those. So
yeah, it's 1-1 the count here to Connor Van Zee. Sorry, every so often here trying to get back. And Connor Van Zee knocks the baseball up the middle.
The grass really deadened that, didn't it?
But the grass deadens it up.
Yeah, just hit it
and
hard.
Landon Bethards will field it, throw it over to first base at time. Connor Van Zee's retired. We're going to the bottom of the 4th here on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. Again, we're going to try to bring up KRLS or KNIA, KRLS.com when we can get that back going. But again, we're experiencing those technical difficulties. So we are still live on Pella Dutch Live. Please encourage those listening on KRLS2 that you know of listening there to jump over and listen on Pella Dutch Live. Well, hopefully we're still around here on Pella Dutch Live. We're continuing to have issues on KNIA, KRLS.com. Not sure what the issue is at the moment, but we are continuing to have those issues as Grant Kelderman starts off the bottom of the 4th inning with a bang, striking out Isaiah Keller for the second time.
Kind of high curveball there. Maybe a little grace by the umpire there, but he's calling it fair both ways. He's got a nice big zone there.
That he does. So Kettler is retired. And hopefully we are coming through on KNIA, KRLS.com on the KRLS2 stream. Not sure. All right, we're going to have to try the computer. Try another reboot of the computer. It's
got to mind its own tonight, huh?
Yeah, it's just kind of left us stranded on an island here, Russ.
Take the weekend a little early here, huh?
Yeah, it definitely checked out on me. So we are here in the bottom of the fourth inning with 1 out, 1-1 count to Samuel Carlson. Make it 2-1 the count as Kelderman trying to retire Carlson for the first time tonight.
Oh yeah,
he has
right.
not been.
Yeah.
He has not been retired.
Yeah.
In this game. Three and 1 the count with 1 away.
Yeah, he's being very careful what he's throwing him, isn't he?
He definitely is. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Bottom of the fourth. Breaking ball broke a little too much. This is the zone. Ball 4. Carlson back on base.
Now batting
for the fantastic night. You're protected by
Nathan Carey.
By Carey, and then Kalman behind that. I got some protection to make sure they come to you.
Yeah, so Nathan Carey will dig in. Younger brother of Adam Carey, the head coach over at Central. Going to go join his brother next year.
Oh, is that right? All right.
Play for him. Signed to
stay in town there, right?
Yeah, staying in town. Going to go play for older bro.
Yeah, that's
at
cool
Central.
Stuff. Mm-hmm.
Kelderman misses high and inside. Ball 1 to Carey. One ball, no strikes, 1 out. Bottom of the fourth. Runner at first base is Carlson, and Kelderman throws that one way down the line. Carlson's going to get 2 bags out of this one as he'll slide in safely at third, and Ben Van Weingarten will field it. There's a mistake there on the pickoff as the Dutch threatening with 1 out to untie this ball game.
He was leaning, to second base, and I think Grant got a little too excited and just didn't give an accurate throw.
Yeah, threw it low and away from Finn Sprunk. And get 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. Runner at third base now is Samuel Carlson. Kelderman throws that one by Elliot Minninga, and that is going to plate Samuel Carlson for the first run of the game. They're on the bottom of the fourth as Pella takes a 1-0 lead as the count goes to 2-0 with 1 out. The way we're going, Russ, I think I'm going to have to say this too for Pella. Give him a raise the moment of the game because we finally got some offense going here in the second game of our doubleheader. 1-0. Pella leads as Samuel Carlson draws in another walk. Remains perfect for getting on base tonight. Has not been out once.
Yeah, wow, what a night
at the plate. Takes third on a wild throw on a pickoff, and on a wild pitch he scores. That's tonight's Raise the Roof moment of the game, presented by Randall Roofing. When the moment arises and it's time for a new roof, think Randall Roofing. The 3-0 count to Nathan Carey. Kelderman comes back with a breaking ball for strike 1. And we're going to have an instant radio update here in a moment on a wild score as Nathan Carey with a foul ball over the right side makes it a full count offering. How about the Pella Christian softball team right now with they found the offense here.
Well, all of a sudden 1 inning.
Yeah, 11 runs in the second inning against Pella.
And they're still threatening.
Yeah, I mean, and all with 2 outs.
Yeah. A lot of 2 outs, yeah.
And so Nathan Carey draws a walk. Lake Kalman steps up to the plate to face Kelderman now. The Pella Christian softball team, we'll put it this way. They had scored, I went back and did the math. I think in their first, first 6 games of the season, I think they had scored something like 15 runs in those 2 games. Lake Kalman puts a charge into this one to deep center field. Breckenritzer will make the catch a couple steps in front of the fence for out number 2. But Kalman just about got all of that one.
Yeah, he did, man. You're at 370 in center field, and he probably hit that about 360, 355. So if he would have been down a line, that would have easily been out because 315 down the lines.
Absolutely true. All right, we're hopeful to be back on the stream. We're going to hope for it. And
RLS, streaming at KNIAKRLS.com and on.
we are back on both KNIA, KRLS.com, and on Pella Dutch Live. For what you missed, in case you missed it, presented by the veterinarians at Tri-County Veterinary Clinic. Pella finally scored the first run of the game. Samuel Carlson reached base on a he went from first to third on a wild pitch or on a wild pickoff move, and then scored on a wild pitch. Currently, Pella has runners on first and second as Ryan Howard wore one to the back of the helmet there on a breaking ball where he tried to duck underneath of it, and it caught him on the helmet from Grant Kelderman. Again, that's in case you missed it, presented by the veterinarians at Tri-County Veterinary Clinic in Pella.
They're the veterinarians.
Yeah, curveball just came right down into his noggin there.
Yeah, Marion County Bank radio scoreboard again. The Pella Christian softball team leads Pella 11-0 in the top of the second inning with 2 outs.
And all 11 runs in the second inning.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
They had an 11. I think it was an 11-run second inning Wednesday night at Moravia.
Okay, yeah.
To lead their 17-4 win there. That pitch gets a swing and a miss from Lucas Jablonski, but snuck away from Elliot Minning as the runners move up to second and third with 2 away here on the bottom of the fourth for the Eagles. The Dutch with runners in threatening here. Game reset wired by Centerpoint Electric. Again, it's Pella Christian 0, Pella 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 2 outs to Lucas Jablonski as Grant Kelderman remains on the bump with runners on second and third. That's a game reset wired by Centerpoint Electric where they're wired for excellence. Jablonski taking strike 2 now, 1-2 the count with 2 outs. We'll go inside the numbers delivered by Pella Fiber. Let's just talk about the pitching here in this contest for these two teams. It's been the pitching that's been the focal point in this pitcher's duel.
No doubt.
Kelderman misses, make it a 2-2 count. Great Kelderman, 3 2/3 innings, 1 hit, 1 run. It was unearned, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts, 65 pitches so far. Hayes Lautenbach, 4 innings, no hits, no runs, no walks, 4 strikeouts on 39 pitches. Kelderman, 2-2 offering, gets Jablonski looking. We'll call it our Pella Christian Randall Roofing raise the roof moment of the game, as Grant Kelderman records his 7th strikeout of the game here. That's inside the numbers delivered by Pella Fiber, where every home gets a gig. Join today at PellaFiber.com. We'll come back and give you our mid-game adjustments presented by DeYoung Door Services as you're listening to Pella and Pella Christian High School Baseball, powered by Bank Iowa on KNIA-KRLS.com and on Pella Dutch Live. Bank Iowa supports Pella High and Pella Christian Athletics and reminds everyone,
let's make it happen.
All right, we'll be back after this.
When you need help fast, call Lamberth Towing. Whether you're stuck in a ditch, snow, or even deep mud, they're local, fast, and available 24/7. And the best part? No extra fees, not on nights, weekends, or even holidays. That's right, they're affordable, reliable, and ready when you need them. Save this number now, 641-943-2551. That's 641-943-2551. Lamberth Towing. When you're stuck, we show up. All throughout the Pella community, you see touches of Holland and classic Dutch architecture, but there's one place that truly takes you right into the heart of Amsterdam, the Molengraat Plaza just south of the square. With a beautiful brick wall featuring a winding canal, a working drawbridge, and a classic old-world atmosphere, you'll find Pella's finest lodging at the Amsterdam Hotel, dining with Liberty Street Kitchen and Oriental Express, beautiful U Salon, Pella Nail Salon, the Pella Window and Door Showroom, and many service businesses. You could even take in a movie at Pella Cinemas. Good luck to our local sports teams from the Molengraat in Pella.
Hey members of Pella Cooperative Electric, is there someone in our community who has made a positive difference? Nominate them for the Iowa Shine the Light contest sponsored by Pella Cooperative Electric. If you receive electricity from us, get online and nominate an influencer in our community. 3 winners will be chosen to receive $3,000 donation for their charity or community organization. Nominations are open through June 30th at iowashinethelight.com or visit our website. Looking out for you, we're Pella Cooperative Electric.
Join Pella Corporation and do the work you're most proud of. Apply for one of our many openings and become a valued team member as we shape the future together. Recognized by Fast Company as a best place to work for innovators, we're dedicated to fostering a culture of creativity and forward thinking.
Welcome back here on KNIA-KRLS.com. First pitch swinging was Josiah Vink, and he took and beat out an infield single to get the Eagles started in their half of the fifth inning here, the top half of the fifth. First hit allowed by Hayes Lautenbach in this contest as Garrett Wheelard steps to the plate now. He's showing bunt. 1-0 the count. Wheeler tried to get the bunt down. And, Ryan Howard might as well reach out and just, high five him.
Right?
Yeah, he's about 5 feet from Wheeler as he lays down that bunt.
He's sprinting right towards him,
Yeah.
I've seen some
If
people
you're
kinda
Wheeler,
pull
you got to
back
get that butt down you got to make sure that thing gets to the ground on the first base side as he'll swing away and foul it off of himself for strike two.
I've seen some guys before, when third baseman charge like that, they'll all of a sudden just pull out and swing, make that third baseman just dive way out of the way. Just to send a message back at him. But that's rare when I've seen that.
For sure. So Vink is at first. Wheeler swings and misses at the breaking ball. Strike three as Hayes Lautenbach continues his strong start in game number 2.
Now batting, third baseman Ben Van Weingarten.
So Ben Van Weingarten here with 1 out and a runner at first base. He'll step in, see what he can do for this Eagle squad. As we're going to get a pinch hitter, it looks like, in the on-deck circle for Sammy Aquaviva. That's going to be number 22, Louis Meninga.
Ooh.
Oh, a fly ball by Ben Van Weingarten. And caught by Lucas Jablonski over there at first base. Josiah Vink did a great job of sneaking it back around Jablonski back in safely. And Sammy Aquaviva, again, getting pinch hit for by Louis Meninga, the younger brother of Elliott. Because we got a pair of Meningas a triple Meninga on the team this year. Matt coaching, Elliott has done some pitching, and now Lewis, I believe this is his first action of the year. I could be wrong about that, but off the top of my head, I do not remember Lewis being in the box scores.
Yeah, I like that for your first at bat. You're a freshman, you come against Pella High, and he's throwing some heat here, and he comes in to pitch hit.
Yeah, not necessarily, especially a dude who's rolling.
Yeah,
Lautenbach 0-1 makes it a 1-1 count now with 2 outs.
Give him a left-handed view, Coach Feiner's thinking,
Meninga, 1-2. As he swings through that pitch from Lautenbach.
Pretty good little swing by the freshman there.
Absolutely. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Meninga watches strike 3 as Lautenbach continues to mow down the Eagles. We go to the bottom of the 5th. 1-0. Pella leads. Back after this on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on Pella Dutch Live.
Join Pella Corporation and do the work you're most proud of. Apply for one of our many openings and become a valued team member as we shape the future together. Recognized by Fast Company as a best place to work for innovators, we're dedicated to fostering a culture of creativity and forward thinking. Visit Pella.com/careers today and be part of a team committed to excellence and innovation. Because at Pella Corporation, we're building more than just windows and doors.
Accidents come in all shapes and sizes, like those little door dings from that person who wedges their vehicle into a tight parking space, the stray foul ball that happens to find your vehicle, the road rash your bumper gets from a high curb, or an unexpected encounter with a deer out on his evening stroll. No matter how big or small those scratches or dents are, trust Langstrad Auto Body to get it fixed. They put their experience and state-of-the-art technology to work for you to fix it right the first time. Langstrad Auto Body, where you don't have to look for a quality repair.
With Bank Iowa, enjoy the convenience of online banking, so you can manage your accounts anytime, anywhere. Transfer funds, pay bills, access e-statements, and deposit checks on the go with our mobile app. Plus, with Digital Wallet, you can easily track your expenses, allowing you to focus on the things that really matter. Available in the App Store and Google Play. Bank Iowa, let's make it happen. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Welcome back here on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. Back here with the bottom of the 5th inning. Grant Kelderman back on the mound. He's got a 1-1 count here to Landon Beathard, the number 9 hitter for the Dutch. Trying to get things rolling. Kelderman with a 1-2 offering on the way here to Beathards. This is high and away, ball 2. Look at our Marion County Bank radio scoreboard. Again, PC leading Pella 11-0 after 2. They go to the top of the 3rd over there on the softball diamond. Albia leads Knoxville 2-1 after 2 in baseball. Albia softball leads Knoxville 1-0 after 2. Melcher Dallas defeats Lamoni in softball 16-7. As coming back and working a walk is Landon Beathards. Great at bat for the Dutch shortstop there. Brings up Hayes Lautenbach. Again, continuing our Marion County Bank radio scoreboard. Newton softball defeated Indianola 12-3. Game number 1 of that doubleheader. That's our Marion County Bank radio scoreboard. Game reset wired by Centerpoint Electric. Pella leads Pella Christian 1-0 in the bottom of the 5th inning. 1 strike now for Lautenbach, who tried to lay down a bunt and fouled it to the first base side of home. Trying to move over the runner, Landon Beathards. That's a game reset wired by Centerpoint Electric, where they're wired for excellence. Urgent situation presented by Pella Regional Health Center. Again, Grant Kelderman got to keep this at a 1-run lead so the Eagle Bats can come up and try to tie this game back up. Lautenbach missed the bunt there on the 0-1, making 0-2. Again, this is our urgent situation presented by Pella Regional Health Center. If you need urgent health care today, be seen today at Pella Regional's walk-in clinics in Pella, Knoxville, or Ottumwa. Visit PellaHealth.org for hours and wait time. Our mid-game adjustments presented by DeYoung Door Service as Lautenbach goes down looking, strike 3. Kelderman picking up another punch-out. Again, our mid-game adjustment presented by DeYoung Door Service. I would say at this point, Russ, I mean, I hate to oversimplify it, but just put the ball in play.
Yeah, right. On an 0-2 there, man, just hit a ground ball to the right side and try to advance him to the second, right?
And I'm not I don't say that just to point out like on Lautenbach, but I mean just both sides. I mean,
right.
That's Kelderman's 8th strikeout. Lautenbach's got 6 of his own. We've got 14 strikeouts. Just put the ball in play.
Fantastic, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Grant's gonna wish he had that first batter back, with Beathards there, to lead off an inning with a walk and being the number 9 batter. But he'll work hard here to see what he can do.
Yep, Anderson Sherm on a 1-0 count. He'll take strike 1. That's our mid-game adjustments presented by DeYoung Door Service, presented by the Gurus of Garage Doors. Stop and see them at 908 Roosevelt Road in Pella, just west of Pella Christian High School. As running on the pitch was Beathards, and Kelderman threw a wild pitch there to Sherm, made it 2-1. As we, again, continue to experience technical difficulties on KNIA, KRLS.com. We continue on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel, though. What's Always Open, presented by Central Iowa Roofing. Honestly, great pitching is always open.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we've gotten tonight between Kelderman and Lautenbach. Lautenbach's been just a little bit stronger. And
so a few more strikes. Grant's got a little wild on a few at-bats here.
Yep.
But he's still battled really hard. These are 2 fantastic pitchers tonight.
Yeah, so the count is 3-1 for Kelderman now. But, again, that's What's Always Open, presented by Central Iowa Roofing, is great pitching, which we've gotten between Kelderman and Lautenbach. Sherm held up, but takes strike 2, full count. What's Always Open, presented by Central Iowa Roofing, serving all of Central Iowa, including you. Check them out online at centraliowaroofing.com. Kelderman's 3-2, and he hits Sherm. That's probably going to bring a courtesy runner in.
Yeah, looks like Coach Blonsky's already making that call.
Yeah, but it'll bring up number 23, Owen Kettler, to first base while Isaiah Kettler comes to the plate.
Grant's had Isaiah's number here the first 2 times, but I would see Isaiah will probably have a really strong at bat here with really nowhere to put him. You know what I'm saying?
And it sounds like we're at least still coming through on KRLS2, which is good. Computer rebooted itself.
Okay.
But we're still coming through. So I'm at a loss for words. I have no idea what's happening right now. I've lost all control.
It just keeps rebooting there.
I just don't even want to look at the computer. It's been depressing me all night long. 1-0, our score with 1 out. Pella and Pella Christian. Again, Isaiah Kettler is up for the Dutch. He's got a 2-0 count now as Kelderman trying to be careful to not let Kettler break open this game. Kettler's gone down via the punch-out twice in this contest. Now he takes strike 1, 2-1 the count here for Kelderman. Two balls, 1 strike, 1 out for Kelderman. That ball will be skied over to the football field.
Yeah, that'll land on the track and dribble on the football field, won't it?
Yeah, and it will. 2 balls, 2 strikes as Kelderman tries to retire Kettler via the punch out for the 3rd time tonight. What a feat that would be for Kelderman if he's able to do that. Kettler is not an easy guy to get out in general. If you're able to do a strikeout, that's one where, that's one of those games as a pitcher. You're just like, you're overjoyed. Like, regardless of what happens on the scoreboard, you walk away and you're like, wow.
No, you're 100% right.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runners on first and second for Pella. Runners are off, and he'll walk Kettler instead. So Beathard's at third, Owen Kettler at second, Isaiah Kettler at third. And probably worst case scenario for the Eagles right now. Samuel Carlson, the only guy for either team who has not been out the entire night, comes to the plate with the bases loaded with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th.
He's having a fantastic night, isn't he?
Yeah.
Up and in action on that first pitch there, with 1 out, bases loaded. Grant will probably go after him a little bit more here on this.
And instant radio update here as Carlson takes ball 2 outside from Kelderman. Instant radio update, Albia 7, Knoxville 3 in 4 of baseball. Into the 4th inning, I should say, in baseball. Kelderman with the bases loaded, trying to work around the most dangerous bat in the lineup tonight for the Dutch, and Samuel Carlson gets the curveball in there for strike 1. Popped in and out of the glove of Elliot Meninga.
That's some confidence in his curveball. Bases loaded, 2-0, 1 out, and he comes back with a curveball. He was that's some good confidence in that. I wouldn't see that very often. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he has been extremely confident with that curveball all season long. Does it again on the 2-1. Ooh.
Elliott about overthrew it. Grant's head. I think he had a good jump on that.
Let's say Landon Beathards was ready to take home there, because if that ball had gotten over the outstretched arm of Kelderman, it was a free lane home.
Yeah, good base.
2-2, 1 out. And first time tonight, Samuel Carlson will not reach base as Kelderman gets a swing and a miss.
Another curveball. 3 curveballs in a row.
Yeah, 3 curveballs. Samuel Carlson retired. Nathan Carey will step to the plate, but Chris Feinart's coming out of the dugout with a Pella Motors timeout to talk with Kelderman. I'm going to guess that this is going to put him right around the mark of. I think that was just shy of 90. Okay. I think I'm a little further behind. But a Pella Motors timeout. Connor Van Zee's going to come on to try and finish this game out. Kelderman will come out of the game. And they're going to bring Dean Durande out. I'm wondering if Kelderman's going to go back out to play first for Finn Sprung.
I would think so.
I don't know that you're going to take Kelderman out of the game because you didn't designate him as the designated hitter tonight. So I'm wondering if that's going to be the case. Yep, there it is.
Grabbing
Kelderman's
something
coming
else
back
there,
out.
yeah,
So
he's going to
he
first
just came to
then.
get the first base mitt.
Makes sense. Yep.
And he'll return to the field. So
they're going to want his at bat.
yeah, just say, well, and he's just such a presence on the field. So, move him back over to first base and, hope for the best. We're, again, going to hope that we're still rolling here on KNIAKRLS.com. And we're on Pella Dutch Live at this point, and we're going to just try to finish out this ball game as best we can. Albia 13, Knoxville 0 final in softball. That is a instant radio update again. Connor Van Zee into the game. Dean Durande goes out to second. Grant Kelderman at first base. Now, with Elliott Minninga catching, Pella has the bases loaded with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Looking over at the softball diamond, Pella Christian 12, Pella 0 in the top of the 3rd.
Yeah,
and Pella Christian with the bases loaded.
We thought that Newton Indianola score was the shocker.
Yeah,
this has got to be a bigger shocker than that, I would think.
Yeah, that is a big shocker, but the bases are still loaded for PC too in the top of the 3rd, so they could add on.
Still a chance to add on. That'd be a 12 run. Is it 12-run rule after 3? Is that still in effect?
I don't remember. They changed the rules this year. I don't remember what it is, but regardless, 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th inning in our game here. And Elliott Minninga just about overthrew Connor Van Zee there after ball 1 to Nathan Carey.
Methards was moving off the mound, right?
Methards was running to he was thinking about taking it home.
Connor's getting behind a little bit here, 3-0. He's coming in, but he's not throwing strikes, and he's got nowhere to put him. So I'm kind of surprised he's not got a couple across the plate yet.
Yeah, 3-0 the count here for Connor Van Zee with 2 outs. Again, hopefully we're still coming through fine, but he will walk Nathan Carey, and that'll bring in run number 2 as Pella doubles their lead, 2-0. And Lake Kalman steps to the plate. This is the last guy you want to see with the bases loaded.
Right fielder,
Good.
Lake Kalman.
Good patience by Nathan Carey there. Make sure he saw a strike, and he didn't. So, got the RBI the easy way, right?
Exactly right. Lake Kalman. First offering from Connor Van Zee. That one will find the zone for strike 1. Van Zee working out of the windup. They'll fire home. Kalman will rip this one into left field. Josiah Vink misplayed it on the hop. That's at least roll. 2. That's going to plate 3. As Nathan Carey runs all the way around. And now it's a 5-0 Dutch lead with the bases clearing double from Lake Kalman.
He's kind of handcuffed that short hop on Josiah there. He came in aggressive, but then, boom, it just dropped down in front of him.
Now batting for the Dutch.
Scored it past him.
Third baseman.
Yep, that's going to bring up Ryan Howard. So Connor Van Zee's first offering to Ryan Howard. Misses high for ball 1.
Try to start him off with a curveball there to mix it up a little bit. Not a bad idea, Connor's thought.
Yeah, so 1 ball, no strikes, 2 away. Ryan Howard foul ball just stayed in play on the first base side of the backstop.
Nice
and
hit.
Ryan Howard lines one to left field. A great catch made by Josiah Vink to retire the Dutch here in their half of the bottom of the in the 5th. So we go to the top of inning number 6 with Pella leading 5-0 over Pella Christian. The Eagles have their work cut out for them. We're going to stay put because we have no way to play ads at this point. I mean, I have no idea at this point, Russ. It's beyond my control.
Yeah.
I don't claim to be a tech guy. I have called our tech whiz. I have called our guy back at the studio who can kind of work through some of this stuff, and we've tried what we can for right now. I have to throw my hands up. I can't do. I have no control over any of it. Sadly,
My computer's got a mind of their own sometimes, right?
Exactly.
There's no telling them what you got to do, right?
So we are still rolling here.
It's the home of the Dutch.
So we are. So we're rolling on Anderson Sherm.
Now batting for the Eagles.
Throws it down in between innings.
Durande.
We are still coming through, which is odd. It's good, but it's odd.
That's good.
We're
You
not,
bet.
not sure how, but we have lost the ability for ads, so that's an unfortunate thing. As up to bat now for Pella Christian is Dean Durande in the place of Finn Sprunk.
Well, what businesses do we got to get ads for? We'll talk them up between innings.
I wish I knew. I don't even have that
No, just kidding,
available.
buddy.
I would actually love to do that because I
We
feel
can ad-lib,
horrible for them.
We can
But-
ad lib for them, right?
I would, man. I would love to promote all of our sponsors and talk them all up. I just sadly do not know all of them, and I have lost total control.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's so good.
We're just trying to get by at this point and trying to make it through.
You know, the nice thing about all the sponsors, they're all understanding how that goes.
Yeah, 1-2 the count to Dean Durande. Now make it 2-2 as Hayes Lottenbach misses the zone that time. Brecken Ritzert waiting on deck. We have a lot of great sponsors. And while I don't know all the businesses that are not getting their stuff tonight, I want to send out an apology to all of them. It is 1,000% beyond anything I can control.
Yep, they all understand that.
So, Dean Durande taking strike 3 on the full count offering. That'll bring up Brecken Ritzert with one out here in the
Next
top of the
up for
6th
Eagles,
inning.
Center fielder, Brecken Ritzert.
Casey Mister presented by the Veterinarians at Tri-County Veterinary Clinic. The Dutch breaking through with a 4-run. Bottom of the 5th inning on a Lake Cowman bases clearing double. That really got things going for the Dutch offense. That was kind of the catalyst, and Pella jumping out to the 5-0 lead. So, strike 1 for Lottenbach to Brecken Ritzert. Ritzert steps in. Lottenbach, the 0-1 offering. Breaking ball, strike 2. And Lottenbach blows the fastball by Ritzert for out number 2.
2 strikeouts in a row looking. He's having a great night, isn't he?
He is having a great night, and the Eagles just have not been able to find a way around it. Well, also, I don't want to say that Coach Stacey Evans over there in Indianola used game number 1 as a message to her team.
Okay.
But 8-0 Indianola after 2.5.
After 2.5, yep. Yep, there's a good chance she could use it as a message.
I would say that she went into that huddle and had something to say with her team that got them riled up for game number 2 just a little bit.
Making sure they weren't taking anything for granted, right?
Yeah, absolutely. One won the count with 2 away here.
They are high school kids. You know, that happens.
Oh, yeah.
And,
it does.
Yeah, they play so many games that get complacent pretty easy, you know?
Oh, yeah. I just look at that. I'm like, quite a turnaround after losing game 1. I think it was 12-2 or something like that.
Right.
I mean, it was, or 12-3, or was it? Here.
Yes, I think that's right.
12-3. 12-3 was the final score. 8-0 here. That's crazy. Elliot Minning on a 2-1 offering. Foul tips it off of our umpire, I believe. He'll walk it out to the mound, or maybe it was off of Sherm. But regardless.
Something like that, how they double ticked, didn't it?
Yeah. Another instant radio update in case you missed it, presented by the veterinarians at Tri-County Veterinary Clinic over on 92.1 KRLS. Pella Christian softball up 12-0 after 3 innings over the Pella Dutch. That's again in case you missed it, presented by the veterinarians at Tri-County Veterinary Clinic. Another punch-out for Hayes Lautenbach to retire Elliot Minninga. We stick here on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. The Dutch will bat in the bottom of the 6th for what they hope to be the final time tonight, hoping to be able to close things out here in the top of the 7th inning. We'll see if Connor Van Zee makes his way back onto the bump or if he does not. I know I saw Garrett Wheeler warming up in between innings. Looks like Garrett Wheeler might be taking the mound, and Connor Van Zee might be moving to the shortstop.
Yeah, it looks that way. Give Garrett a chance to get an inning in here.
Yep, so Garrett Wheeler will try to finish this off for Pella Christian. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning. See if he can't find a little bit of success for the Eagles, who had played Pella really strong, but kind of run out of luck. But, again, we're sticking here. Yeah. Unfortunately, we've lost connection to our ads and everything like that. So if you're wondering why we're just kind of blabbering on, that would be why.
Right?
We're trying to fill in the time because we got to make up some. We got to make it through this game somehow, and unfortunately, we just don't really have anything going on.
Yeah, and the game's moving right along, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we have lost total control here. Yeah, I mean, I think of I don't know how familiar you are with this song, but maybe you're familiar with it. Ozzy Osbourne's Crazy Train. We're going off the wheels of the Crazy Train. That's about what this broadcast has been tonight.
Time, you know that. So
I'd say, we've heard that song plenty. It gets used in a lot of different contexts, but it's like that's about that phrase right there describes our broadcast tonight. The wheels have gone off the Crazy Train.
Yeah, that'd be accurate.
Let's talk about tonight's longest drive presented by Hearthstone. It's going to be the 3 RBI double for Lake Cowman in the bottom of the 5th inning that was the catalyst in leading the Dutch to their 5-0 lead. That scored 3 of the 4 runs last inning for the Dutch here as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Garrett Wheeler starting off with ball 1 to at number 15, Zach Dobson pinch hitting, I think.
I think you're right.
What that appears to be. Yep. He will pop one down the third base side. Ben Van Weingarten sizing it up in foul ground. They make the catch to retire Dobson. Again, it's 5-0.
Now batting for the Dutch.
It's going to bring up number 11, Landon Bethards. Looks like Hayes Lautenbach will bat for himself here to be the next batter. Landon Bethards remains in to hit against Wheeler. He will hit one into shallow right field. Dean Durande making the nice ranging catch back to get the second out of the inning for Garrett Wheeler. Again, our longest drive was the bases clearing double for Lake Cowman in the bottom of the 5th inning, presented by Hearthstone, a ministry of Wesley Life, supporting the health, independence, and well-being of older adults in Pella. And here we go. Hayes Lautenbach with 2 away. Swings at a changeup by Garrett Wheeler. I think that was a changeup. I don't know. It was one. It was off speed. It was off speed for sure. And I think Elliot Minninga took that one.
Hayes was kind of drooling on that. He was a little ahead of himself there, and missed it there. He wasn't expecting that off speed there that right away.
Yeah, and I think Minninga maybe wore that one in a spot that's not as fun.
Mm-hmm.
But Wheeler, 0-1 offering, misses high, ball 1. That pitch misses in the dirt for ball 2. The road ahead presented by Jeremy Dingham and Concrete for the Eagles. The road ahead does not take them very far. It takes them to tomorrow at Eddyville, where they're going to play a couple of games for the Eddyville-Blakesburg-Fremont tournament.
Yeah.
Lottenbach foul ball that's going to find its way out of play on the first base side. For the Dutch, if I'm remembering correctly, they're off tomorrow. They don't have any tournaments. It's not very common that you see a lot of weekend tournaments, but you will occasionally see them as Lottenbach takes strike number 3. So the Dutch go down without any damage done in that bottom of the 6th inning. But all they need is Hayes Lottenbach to come out and finish it off with a 1-2-3, top of the 7th to finish things up. We'll find out if he can do that here in a moment. Again, looking at the road ahead, presented by Jeremy Dingham and Concrete. Again, as I mentioned, Pella Christian going to Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont tomorrow for the Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont tournament. And then Monday, Pella will host Ballard. I will take that back. They will travel to Ballard for a contest at 7 o'clock, and that is the road ahead, presented by Jeremy Dingham and Concrete. For your next concrete project, call Jeremy Dingham and Concrete at 780-7100 or visit jeremydinghamandconcrete.com. Our game reset wired by Centerpoint Electric. We go to the top of the 7th where Pella can close the door on Pella Christian with Hayes Lottenbach facing Grant Kelderman, Connor Van Zee, and Josiah Vank to finish things off here. That's a game reset wired by Centerpoint Electric, where they're wired for excellence. Our Marion County Bank radio scoreboard, we'll take one final look at that because that is something we have control over seeing. We can see the Marion County Bank radio scoreboard, I believe. We do have some scores that we will have to update here in a little bit, but let's look back through the games. Pella baseball won game 1 over Pella Christian 8-1. Pella softball defeated Pella Christian 6-5 in game 1. Newton defeated Indianola in game 1 of a doubleheader in softball 12-3. In baseball, Albia and Knoxville. Albia leads Knoxville 7-3 after 4. Softball action, Albia defeated Knoxville 13-0. Pella Christian softball leads Pella 14-0 in the 4th inning.
A couple more in the 4th, it looks like.
Yeah, and then our score is 5-0. That is the Marion County Bank radio scoreboard. That's Grant Kelderman on a 1-0 offering. Swings and misses, strike 1. You're listening to Pella Christian and Pella High baseball, powered by Bank Iowa on 92.1 FM KRLS, Knoxville Pella Newton, and KRLS HD2 Knoxville Pella Newton. 2-1 the count here for Lottenbach to Kelderman. Lottenbach working on a very efficient game. Kelderman line drive and misread by the left fielder out there, not Nathan Vandeloon. That's going to be Dobson, I think, who's out there. I'm not sure, 100%. That's a lefty. That is not in the lineup, so that might have been, who knows, that might be Lincoln Kosur coming back out. I don't know for sure. Can't see the number.
Yeah, I can't make it out either.
I do have a way to potentially figure it out.
Good at bat by Grant, though. Lacing one down the left fielder's head.
Grant getting a double for the Eagles, and really their first sign of life offensively.
Yeah, the infield hit earlier by Josiah Vink, but really other than that, that's their first well-hit ball.
Yeah. There we go. Found him.
Hey, you do come prepared well, don't you there, buddy?
Something like that. As best as I can.
Yeah, there you go.
Say, our problems tonight, I don't think we're on this end of the microphone. We'll put it that way. I think it was all technical. We'll have to wait just a minute for him to do something. Connor Van Zee taking strike 1 to start off his at-bat. And Grant Kelderman is at second base.
Can you make that out?
No, I couldn't make out the second number. I can make out the first number was a 2. Connor Van Zee taking ball 1. Drew Fuller, there we go.
Okay,
Thank you.
We go.
Say we're trying to figure out who's in left field. We've got it solved. We've got things squared away here.
Assistance from the PA.
Oh yeah, 100%. Connor Van Zee taking the 1-1 for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Top of the 7th. Connor Van Zee swings and misses. 2-2 for Connor Van Zee. Hayes Lautenbach again working on a complete game. Trying to finish off a shutout here. Lautenbach edges 63 pitches.
No kidding. To the 7th inning here.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
Connor Van Zee, pop fly, right side of the infield from us. Anderson Sherm. What an effort by Sherm, the catcher, laying out halfway up the first base line. Was just out of his reach, but man, what an effort.
Yeah, first baseman Jablonski was kind of deep and kind of got in between the catcher and first baseman and can make a grab.
No, he could not. That's going to bring up another 2-2 offering to Connor Van Zee as he gets new life. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, Connor Van Zee. Another pop-up on the infield. Lautenbach will come on and make that play himself for out number 1 to bring up Josiah Vink.
Left fielder, Josiah.
Oh, sorry. My numbers here were a little bit off. And they were a little bit behind. It's playing catch-up right now. But regardless, Lautenbach's like around 75 pitches, something like that, yeah.
Well, it's still amazing right there.
Yeah, I mean, he's...
Yeah. It's like 11 pitches an inning on an average.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Lautenbach just threw pitch number 74 for ball 1 to Josiah Vink. So what an effort by... it's been 2 totally different types of wins here for Pella. Game 1, it was primarily the offense with some decent pitching from Nathan Vandeloon.
No doubt.
It took a little bit to get settled in. Game 2, it's been all the pitching from Hayes Lautenbach. He is just absolutely
from the
shut
first
down.
Batter to 7th inning here.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal. 1-1 the count here to Vink. Make it 1-2 with 1 away. I mean, the Eagles have had some decent at-bats against him.
No doubt.
But he's been so efficient. He's mowed his way through the lineup and, fairly good. We get some commotion over on the softball field, so not sure exactly what happened over there. Vink line drive. That one makes his way into right field, and the Eagles might get on the scoreboard here before we're all said and done with 1 away in the bottom of the 7th. The commotion is 14-0 Pella Christian win over Pella.
They got their game over before we did.
That is in 4 innings.
That's amazing.
That is a huge win for Mindy Kegmarinsky's
First
ball
conference
club.
win of the season, right?
Yeah, first conference win of the season. I think it's their first conference win in a couple seasons because they did not. They did not get one last year.
Yeah, I can see that.
And so 0-0 the count here to Garrett Wheeler as he steps in. After 5 in baseball, Knoxville 8, Albia 7. Wheeler swings and misses, 0-2 the count with 1 out. To Wheeler here against Lautenbach. I think this might be the hardest worked inning for Lautenbach as he is going to throw pitch number 80 in for strike number 3 to retire Wheeler and record the second out of the frame, and Ben Van Weingarten will step to the plate.
Now up to the Eagles. Third baseman, Ben
Again, 80 pitches for Hayes Lautenbach.
A nice pitch
tonight.
on that one. Just froze Garrett on that, didn't it?
Yeah. I mean, this is a high school coach's dream game right here when you get the pitch counts. Ben Van Weingarten taking ball 1. Now, if you're Coach Jablonski, you're just kind of looking at it, and I think 80. I want to say 85 is one of the marks. I could be wrong on that. It might be 90. You're just like, keep it under that.
Yeah, you got to play that strategy, don't you?
Woo! Ben Van Weingarten just about wore that one in the hip, but he got out of the way. He protected the body for a change.
Yeah, he did.
It's one where I think he's a little bit more disappointed because he would have at least gotten a free bag out of that one, but he's beating himself up tonight, so it's okay that he took care of the body this time.
That afterwards, like, that's all right. That's ball 2.
Yeah, ball 2. 2-0 the count with 2 outs. Lautenbach gets a foul ball at the bat of Van Weingarten, which will make its way down over towards the track. on the first base side. 2-1, 2 outs. And Van Weingarten comes back and takes strike 2 on the breaking ball from Lautenbach, which had beautiful bite to it.
It did. 2-1 curveball.
Look, it was going right for that front hip and just dove right into the zone.
I'd be surprised if we see that again here.
Yep, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Outside fastball.
Lautenbach just missed the zone. So that'll put Josiah Vink in motion over there at first base. Full count with 2 outs. Runners on the corners for the Eagles. Lautenbach. Foul tip, strike 3. Lautenbach, complete game shutout as the Dutch take the season series over the Eagles of Pella Christian, taking game 1 8-1, taking our second game here 5-0. We're going to continue right into postgame coverage because we have no filler.
There we go, yeah.
Where we, like I said, if you've been tuning in case you missed it, presented by the Veterinarians at Tri-County Veterinary Clinic again, we had a broadcast that, as Ozzy Osbourne said in his famous song Crazy Train, we're going off the wheels of the crazy train. We've done that a long time ago. We had technical difficulties about 5 times. We're somehow still on the air right now on KNIA-KRLS.com, powered by Bank Iowa, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel, but not sure how at this point. But we're just kind of making our way through here. We have to look at tonight's final stats, and we're going to start with with our McCall Monumental Player of the Game and our final stats presented by the Verduft Agency. That's going to Hayes Lautenbach. 7 innings pitched, 3 hits allowed, no runs, no walks, 11 strikeouts, hit 1 batter.
Yeah, man, he had a nice
Gave
night,
up 4 base runners in total, 2 of them there in the final inning.
Yeah.
I mean, he was phenomenal all night long for the Dutch.
Yeah, he
11 Ks. He's our McCall Monumental Radio Player of the Game. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Didn't have a safety there for that one. Just kind of came on all of the sudden.
Rolls, right? Yeah.
But he's our McCall Monumental Player of the Game as we start tonight's final stats. But before we do that, let's go to our Monumental Play of the Game. And, I mean, it's broad and generic, but, I mean, I have to say, I mean, because I could go back and continue to say the Lake Kalman because he had the big hit to do it. I can do that back-to-back games. I don't want to do that because I want to spread the love.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm going to go generic on it. I'm going to go just with the play on Lautenbach. I mean, it was.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, his ability on the mound to get the Eagles out tonight provided a spark for that offense because Grant Kelderman was having an equally dominant start. It felt like maybe he wasn't finding the zone with the same consistency that Lautenbach was. But he was mowing down batters just about as efficiently as Lautenbach. And that energy, you know, Kelderman kind of got that chink in the armor, and Lautenbach just continued to power through. And that was the difference, I felt like, in this game with his effort. He just kind of took the wind out of the sails of the bats, didn't really ever let him get going for the Eagles.
And you know what? He threw at his pace. You know, when pitchers get in a groove, they want to keep that same momentum, that same pace. And you could tell he had it. He wanted to keep it right where he was at. And, yeah, what do you end up with pitches? 85? Somewhere around there?
Let's find out the final total. 86.
86 pitches? I mean, man, you can't ask any more than that. That kid go complete game, shutout, only give a couple hits, didn't walk many, and threw only 86 pitches. That's a fantastic performance by Lautenbach there.
Yeah, that is a phenomenal performance by Lautenbach. Again, that's our McCall Radio Monumental Play and Player of the Game. When it's time to memorialize your loved one or pre-plan your own memorial, trust the area's leading monument designer and installer, McCall Monument, on Old Highway 163 West in Pella. Tonight's final stats presented by the Verduft Agency. We just went through Lautenbach's stats as a pitcher. Let's go through the Dutch lineup. Lake Kalman, really the only guy to talk about because the Dutch only recorded 2 hits in that second game, and he had both of them.
Wow, okay.
Would not have guessed that.
No, I wouldn't either.
But 6 walks.
Yeah, that
6 walks was the thing that got him. 1 walk apiece for Isaiah Kettler, Sam Carlson, and Landon Bethards. 3 of them went to Nathan Carey. He had 3 of the 6 walks.
Sure. Yep.
And then, as we mentioned, Lake Kalman with one of the 2 RBIs. Nathan Carey had the RBI on the walk.
Yeah.
But Kalman had the only 2 hits for the Dutch in that game. For Pella Christian, they only had 3 hits. 2 of them went to Josiah Vink. 1 went to Grant Kelderman. They did not record a single walk in the game. The counterpart to Hayes Lautenbach, Grant Kelderman, he went 4 2/3, gave up 1 hit, 4 runs, 2 earned, 5 walks, 3 hit batters, 1 wild pitch, 9 strikeouts. Connor Van Zee went a third of an inning, gave up 1 hit, 1 unearned run, and issued a walk. And Garrett Wheeler, in 1 inning of work, gave up no hits, no runs, no walks, and struck out 1. Those are tonight's final stats presented by the Verduft Agency. Let Chad Lance or Larry examine your stats and customize an insurance plan for you. The Verduft Agency providing complete courteous service to the Pella area for nearly 100 years. And Russ, I mean, just looking at this game, I know that if you're Pella Christian, you're probably walking away disappointed because you competed really well against crosstown rivals in both games, and just, one thing or another in the middle of the game just kind of flipped the switch, and it kind of just went off the rails for you, just weren't able to hang on. If you're Pella, it's one of those games where,
they took care of business.
They took care of business.
Yep.
They probably would look at it and be like, well, maybe we want to do a little bit better in this area or that area in the future games. But overall, you got to walk away happy with a doubleheader sweep, and also winning the season series, because there is only one more game between these two teams.
Be. In Pella Christian, it kind of comes down to their lack of experience. It just seems like in the game of baseball and stuff, that ball will find the freshman. At the worst times, right? And when they're playing some of those youth and inexperienced kids and the little Hawkeye, that's just a challenge, especially if it's a great program like Pella High's. So, but you still got to be happy with how you were at Pella Christian. You're doing the best you can with the kids that are out and giving some experience.
Yeah, and we're doing what we can here to wrap up our contest, but another guy I got to shout out. We talked about him a lot during the broadcast, but Samuel Carlson tonight was another guy. He was phenomenal.
Oh, fantastic.
He was only retired 1 time.
Yeah.
At the plate.
That was a huge out by
Grant
there.
Yeah, got a strikeout with the bases loaded.
And that would have given him a perfect night if Sam would have had some kind of contact on base, but you can't expect.
When he came up big every time he was at the plate too. It was always a big. It always did something to really push the Dutch towards that win. They did. He was fantastic tonight.
No doubt.
I'm looking forward to talking with Coach Javonski about his squad. I'm also looking forward to talking with Coach Feinhardt about his squad. Yeah. 2 very good teams that played competitive baseball, and one way or another, one of the 2 teams was going to have to win it. Yeah. Tonight it happened to be 2 times for Pella. The way that this game was played, later in the year, to get some of these freshmen a little bit more experience. Would I be shocked if Pella Christian found a way to go sneak a game, sneak that 3rd game? Not entirely. Do I necessarily think it's, it's probably not going to be the expectation when you play them the next time around, because obviously they did win those first 2 games. So a lot of people are probably going to put the expectation that Pella will win that game, but I wouldn't be shocked if, come the meeting on Eagle Lane, the script flips a little bit. We saw it in game 1 over on softball. Pella wins game 1, game 2. Pella Christian came out after a disappointing game and had a big performance. So you just never know how a team's going to respond. So we're going to talk with our coaches here in a little bit after this game to.
And the nice thing for Pella Christian, this is a quick night.
Yeah.
Instead of playing till 10:30 or whatever, and then getting up to go to Eddyville tomorrow.
Yeah.
They can get some rest and get a little equal competition or lesser competition maybe.
Well, and the other thing about that
tonight.
Well, the other thing about that too is you see all these games you look at this week for the Eagles, and they were supposed to play Tuesday night, and they thankfully had a rain out because it gave them a night to rest up or whatever.
Sure.
But you look at it, it's just more experience. Because when we talk about it, there's some good players, but it's just one of those deals where you could only do so much, and so we're gonna go ahead and trade out. We're gonna switch off. Russ, thanks for joining us tonight, and we're gonna get some guys up here to talk on the air. All right, we're gonna start with our player of the game in one of the 2 games. I can't remember which one because he was kind of all over the field here as we're trying to wrap up our broadcast. We're talking our continuing coverage of Pella High School athletics. We're joined now by Lake Kalman sorry, I'm gonna start over here because I'm
all good.
We've had a lot of technical difficulties up here, so I've been kind of battling that all night. I'm going to blame it on that. But With our continuing coverage of Pella High School athletics, we're joined now by Lake Kalman of the Pella High School baseball team following a doubleheader sweep over Pella Christian. Lake, a couple of huge at-bats for you here, but let's just start by talking about picking up the sweep here, especially as a senior for this Pella squad to be able to sweep the doubleheader, win the season series against the crosstown rivals. What's that mean to be able to get that job done here early in the year?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of priorities this season, and that's a big one, is winning those series. So, I mean, we always know we're going to get Pella Christian's best no matter how their season's going, and we just showed up today and we got the job done.
I mentioned you had a couple of big at-bats in that game. It started with the two-run shot there that really kind of sparked the life. And what was a 3-1 game, kind of felt like it was kind of a back-and-forth contest, waiting to see when something was going to break. You were able to provide that hit. What were you looking for? What's going through your mind as that pitch is coming in, and then as soon as it leaves the bat?
Yeah, what's funny is prior to the at-bat, Tegan Hoekstra, one of my teammates, he had told me that 0-1 he was going to go off-speed more than likely. So I was 100% sitting on off-speed there, and I got it, and yeah, I really got it.
Yeah, you really did. It was a big spark, and, I saw the celebration with the team, but how big of a weight was that for you guys just lifted off the shoulders as a team to be, a little bit more relaxed knowing that, the lead just doubled, went from 3-1 to 5-1, gave you a little bit more cushion to play with fewer outs that you had to protect that lead as well?
Yeah, I think it was huge, honestly. We were playing pretty tight, I think, prior to it, and it was just able to get us rolling, I think, honestly. Give us some energy, and then we just kind of took some more good at-bats, and it was just kind of locked up from then on.
Well, and got to talk at the first game, too. The defense was phenomenal. I mean, I know that there was a couple of really nice plays. I know Isaiah had some big plays where he threw out a runner at home plate that could have given the Eagles an early lead in this contest. A couple of great plays from Nathan Vanderloon on the mound on some comebackers. Just overall, the defense was really strong all night long. What was it, behind the pitching, because there was great pitching, which we'll talk about in a second too, but defensively, what do you feel like you guys have working tonight that allowed you to just be in a rhythm, not really freeze up in some of those tougher plays that were coming up there down the stretch?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that our defensive is just one of our strong suits, honestly. We've been playing for each other for so long, we all trust each other, and we just know how to make the routine ones really frequently, so yeah.
And again, we're talking to Lake Kalman of the Pella High School baseball team. Game number 2, we got to talk about your teammate Hayes Lautenbach. He was phenomenal on the bub, too. How much energy did he bring to the rest of the squad with the effort he was giving you on the mound, going a complete game shutout in just 86 pitches?
A lot. He gave us a lot of energy. I think that, when innings get long, it's just tough to have energy going into taking your at-bats. But when you have a dude on the mound that's working like Hayes was, it's just really, really easy to get into a rhythm, and he did a great job tonight.
And we've got to go back and touch on Nathan Vanderloon, too, because he did a great job on the bump as well. How big of an energy boost was that in Game 1 and the tight game that, even when it didn't necessarily start out as strong, where he was trying to figure out the umpire zone a little bit, maybe didn't like all the strikes, for him to battle back. How big of a boost was that for the team to see him work through some of that early struggle in that game?
It's awesome. It's really nice to see our guys work through that stuff. I think that's really important in high school baseball, just being tough, and that's Nathan Vanderloon. He did a great job tonight, and he just battled through it.
And we talked about your big hits. Your fellow teammate Samuel Carlson had a big night at the plate. Only was out once at the plate. I mean, it felt like every time you needed something at the plate, he came through. And whether that's you, whether that's him, whether that's, Isaiah Kettler, having that depth in the lineup of any guy who can come out here on a given night and have a night like that, how big is that for you guys as a team?
It's really big. I love hitting behind the kid. He gets it done, and, hitting's contagious. So I get to sit behind him and see him have success, and then I go up there and I'm going to do the same thing.
Well, we talked about the home run earlier. He gave you the extra RBI on that one, too.
It did, yeah.
And so, but as we look forward, Ballard coming up on Monday, going to be another tough contest on the road there. What's it going to take to, get this one out of the system a little bit, because clearly you got the weekend to enjoy this one a little bit more, but you got a big one on Monday, turning the page. What's kind of the process of making sure that you're ready to go Monday and ready for another big week of Dutch baseball?
Yeah, we're celebrating this one, then we're just hitting kind of a hard reset at the start of the week, kind of just back to 0-0 for the week, and that's kind of a big thing that we've been working on this year, is just resetting ourselves and not letting things get us too high and not letting these things get too low. So got some tough couple games, but we're going to get gritty and get it done.
All right, Lake, appreciate the time,
Thank
man.
you.
Congratulations
Yep,
on a
thank
big
you.
win here in the series against Pella Christian. All right, we're going to continue rolling through. We're going to transition headsets. Unfortunately, we don't have breaks to do this, so we're just rolling through. It looks like we'll have the winning head coach joining us, as Pella head baseball coach Jesse Jablonski joins us on the Hy-Vee Radio Coaches Corner, powered by Hy-Vee. Coach Jablonski, a big doubleheader sweep here against Pella Christian to wrap up, week 2, 2.5, 3, whatever you want to call it here in the season. But overall, just your thoughts on the way your squad came out here and battled in what was a hard-fought doubleheader, even though the scores, maybe won't always reflect just how hard-fought your team, or how hard your team had to fight to win this doubleheader.
Yeah, I think, 2 well-played games on both sides. We knew Pella Christian's got some good arms over there, and they threw the ball pretty well tonight. We got off to a little bit of a slow start in the first game, just, a couple of single runs in those first couple innings. But, I was really proud of our guys, the way they just continued with the approach and went to the plate with the game plan, and they stuck to it. And as pitchers maybe wore down a little bit as the game went on, our guys took advantage of a few mistakes and got some crooked numbers up there late in that first game to kind of blow that one open. Some big hits. You just got done talking to Lake. He had a tremendous night. Sam Carlson had a tremendous night. And in the second game, Kelderman threw an outstanding game. Unfortunately, the pitch count got to him, and they had to pull him. But he's dominant. He's had a very good year, and our guys took advantage of one mistake on a pickoff and a wild pitch right after that to get that early run and that kind of gave us a little bit of a chance to take a deep breath and just kind of settle in. And then Hayes did the rest on the mound in that second game. What are pitchers doing in that second game? And the score 5-0 does not indicate the type of game that one was. That was a fun game that really flew by so fast, and just a great high school game there.
And I'm going to come back. I want to talk about Hayes here in a little bit, but I want to talk first about our guy who probably could have been the player of the night for both games in total, Sam Carlson. I mean, he was phenomenal. Played a great second base for you as well, but it was at the plate where he really showed through tonight. I mean, he was only retired one time, and it was in his final at-bat there, the game against Kelderman. I mean, just a tough break for him because he was pretty close to that perfect night, but just how big of an offensive performance was that for him, just as you're trying to build that depth of this team and trying to make a repeat run at a state tournament later on this year, to see him kind of step up and fill into some of those roles that maybe he has been working towards over the last couple of years.
He's a kid that, he batted leadoff for us last year, and he kind of showed why he's such a good leadoff hitter. He just finds ways to get on base, and I think his on-base percentage last year was 500, and this year he's well above that. So, he does what it takes, whether it's getting hit by a pitch, whether it's taking a walk and working the count. He can swing it and he can hit it. He can hit it for power. So he's a tremendous hitter at the plate, big asset to us. We just, moved him down more into the middle of the order here recently, just to get him into more of a run-producing position, and he's really come through for us in that way. He's come up with some really big hits for us since we adjusted the lineup a little bit, and proud of him for just his approach and just his flexibility, moving from that leadoff spot into that middle of the order spot that he's been in now. So he had a great night on base, like you said. I think like 7 out of 8 times at the plate tonight, and just a key piece of the middle of that order.
Well, I'm going to that middle of the order. Lake Kalman, we mentioned him a minute ago. He was phenomenal tonight. He kind of felt like gave you guys the shots in the arm when you needed them, right, at the plate, whether it be the 2-run homer in game number 1, whether it be that bases clearing double in game number 2. Just, it feels like when the moment is the biggest, that's when Lake always seems to show up big for this Dutch ball club.
Absolutely, and it goes all the way back to last year, and he was the same type of player then too. And Lake has been struggling. There's no question. If you look at his numbers this year so far, it's been a struggle. And the great thing about him is he's just experienced, and he just comes to the ballpark with that positive attitude every day. He continues to work hard. He hasn't let the results so far in the season get him down and change the way that he's approached the game. And I love when guys like that just do things the right way, even though they go through a tough period, they find a way to get it done in some big moments. And tonight was Lake's night to come through in those big moments with some really big hits for us. And I just felt like the rest of the team kind of fed off of that energy that he provided in those at-bats too, because he's a guy that, coming into the season, obviously we had big high hopes for him, and now he's really starting to swing it well, and he just makes our lineup that much deeper now, if he continues to swing it the way he is.
And again, we're talking to head coach of the Pella High School baseball team, Jesse Jablonski, powered by Hy-Vee. Hitting is always great, and you do need 1 or 2 runs there, but you get pitching performances like you got tonight, you're going to be a hard team to beat. I want to start with Nathan Vandaloon in game 1 because he did get the ball first tonight. And we got a chance to talk about it a little bit in between games. It was a little bit of a slower start. He was trying to figure out the zone for the umpire, and I know there were some calls that you could just kind of read it on his face. He was just like, I want that call. Please give me that call. But he found his groove, battled back, and really, really did a good job of working around some tough bats for the Pella Christian Eagles.
Yeah, I thought, he maybe didn't have his best stuff tonight, but again, another senior on our staff that just knows how to pitch, and good pitchers know how to get through a night when they maybe don't have their best stuff to get it done. And he found a way tonight, and he made some really big pitches and got out of some early jams in that game. He gave up the base hit to score a run, and Isaiah Kettler throws a runner out at the plate. That was a really big momentum shift there. Even though we gave up a run, we still get the momentum coming back to the plate. But Nathan's just a guy who's pitched in a lot of games for us over the years, and he's performing very well at a very high level again for us again this year as a senior. Just happy to see him go out there and just compete at a very high level once again. And again, even though he didn't have his maybe A+ stuff like he normally does, he's just so experienced and he's just so gutty out on the mound that he found a way and just carried the team on his back throughout that entire game.
Just talking about your Game 2 pitcher tonight as well in Hayes Lautenbach. I mean, I think if you're a high school coach across America with the pitch count rules, you couldn't have dreamed up a better game than what Hayes Lautenbach gave you tonight. 86 pitches, complete game shutout, giving up just 3 hits, striking out 11. I mean, just a truly phenomenal performance where he worked at his pace and just kind of set the tone early and often in innings as to how this night was going to go.
Yeah, he was a guy that just dominated in the zone all night. I think he had 1 hit batter tonight and no walks. So he just limited the free bases, and he made Pella Christian earn everything that they got tonight. And just when he's on like that, he can be dominant. And tonight was a night where, he commanded the zone very well with the fastball and the slider, and he could hit spots on both sides of the plate. And just really kept the hitters off balance all night. And as a pitching staff as a whole, not only Hayes but everybody this week just really did a great job of attacking the zone and limiting those free bases. But Hayes was just phenomenal tonight to go out and finish the week on a very high note like that. Proud of him for just continuing to go out there and give us everything he's got. And a very efficient night with under 90 pitches.
And Coach Jablonski, the page now turns because I'm sure you guys will take some time to celebrate a great end to the week here for the Pella baseball squad. But you got a big one on the road Monday night. Ballard, I know that's going to be another game that's going to challenge you guys. And so as you guys look to go into Monday, what's kind of the things you're hoping to see from your club against a good Ballard squad, especially having to travel to take on that Ballard team?
I just think that they're playing very well right now. I think they're maybe atop the Raccoon River Conference, and they've pitched it well, they've hit well, they're very aggressive on the bases from what I can see. So we're gonna have to come out there and we're gonna again have to limit free bases as aggressive as they have been on the bases. We don't want to put extra base runners out there if we can help that. We're going to need to make them earn everything they've got, and we need to find ways to just continue to grow offensively. I think we had some good at bats tonight. We're looking to get deeper and deeper in our lineup. If we can get more production from the bottom, 3 or 4 guys, I think we're going to be in really good shape. So I think the goal for next week is just to continue offensively growing and finding ways to produce at the bottom half of the lineup.
Coach Jablonski, appreciate the time as always. Congratulations on a pair of victories here over Pella Christian on Friday night, and best of luck Monday at Ballard.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. That was Jesse Jablonski here on the Hy-Vee Radio Coaches Corner, powered by Hy-Vee, talking about Pella Baseball's wins over Pella Christian on Friday night. And we're going to just make a quick transition because we have no ads to transition. So Coach Chris Feinart's going to throw on the headset, and we're just going to roll through here because that's how we've been doing it for about half of half the night tonight. But joining us now on the Hy-Vee Radio Coaches Corner, powered by Hy-Vee, we're talking to Coach Chris Feinhardt of the Pella Christian Baseball Squad, following an 8-1 and a 5-0 loss to Pella. Coach Feinhardt had the chance to catch up with Coach Jablonski, and one thing that we talked about is final score is not reflective of how hard your team fought tonight, and overall just a little bit more of an experienced team for Pella, helping them kind of in some big moments there where your squad still kind of had some guys figuring out some little Hawkeye Conference stuff here in season number 1, and just overall kind of felt like that experience was maybe a little bit of a difference in some of the at-bats down the stretch of those games.
Yeah, like Pella's bringing back their whole team from last year, so that's a notch on their belt. Experience means everything. That first game tonight, we had a couple freshmen starting, and we were pleased with what they did. They played good defense, and Dean Durante put the bat on the ball about every time he was up to bat. So, it's good to get experience. A couple of really good played games, I would say. Got away from us a little bit in the late innings on both of them, but overall pretty decent pitching matchups.
And I would agree with that. And just looking at, as you mentioned, just the pitching matchups, let's start with game 1. You go out there in the first game of the night, and you got Elliot Minning on the bump, and he was cruising for a little while there. Unfortunately, maybe hit just a little bit of a rough patch towards the end of that pitch count. Had to throw a few more pitches earlier on than he would have liked, and then Brecken Ritzert came on and was able to do a good job at the end of that game as well. But just talk about the pitching you got in game 1 from Elliot and Brecken.
Yeah, I mean, Elliot, I can't remember what it was. It was 3-1 there for a while, and then the 2-run homer kind of spread the gap just a little bit. But yeah, Elliot did great. Brecken came in throwing hard, and I think he walked the first guy, but then struck out a guy. But yeah, that was the combo we were kind of planning on going with for the first game. Elliot's a little more crafty, and Brecken's power. So second game, Grant pitched a whale of a game in the second game. It's too bad we couldn't, get some runs pushed across, but that's our main struggle right now. We're still trying to find our footing on offense, and where the hits and runs are going to come from.
Well, and I want to come back and touch on that game 2 pitching too, because you mentioned Grant. Second time this week, he's come out here and had a masterful performance on the bump. Tonight, 9 strikeouts. He had 11 on Monday night, so 20 strikeouts combined in 2 games this week. Gave up just 1 hit tonight. A little bit of maybe more walking than he would have liked there. 5 walks, the 3-hit batsman. But overall, a phenomenal performance. But then after that, Connor Van Zee came in and got the job done. I know he gave up the 1 hit that scored a run with the bases loaded there, but he gets you out of that frame, and then Garrett Wheeler comes on and throws a pretty clean bottom of the 6th inning there. Overall, just a great pitching performance from everyone you had on the mound tonight.
Yeah, coming into this game, I think Grant had 2 walks on the year, so after last year he had quite a few walks, and I know that was something he really wanted to work on, so to only have 2 walks coming into tonight's doubleheader, that was pretty good. Connor, he hasn't pitched for a while now because he took that bunt off the finger, I don't know, the first game he played, and his finger's been healing, and it's on his throwing hand, so we got him in a little bit tonight. It was probably more of a high-pressure situation than he really wanted to come in, for that first experience, but he'll get back on the mound tomorrow. We do have a weekend tournament tomorrow in Eddyville, and we'll get a lot of arms on the mound that haven't been throwing as much lately. But yeah, Connor handled himself okay tonight.
Yeah, we're gonna we'll touch on that Eddyville tournament coming up in a little bit, but I want to talk about you mentioned the at-bats. The top of the order, it feels like that top 5 is kind of they're returners. They've kind of found their groove a little bit here, kind of figured out where they want to be in the lineup. The kind of bottom 4 spots in the lineup are guys who are kind of making their getting their first varsity experience, I should say, trying to figure out, especially here in the Little Hawkeye Conference, where you don't get any easy games as well. As a coach, how have you guys been kind of working in the limited practices you get, and just in some of the conversations to try to help those guys as best they can learn on the fly how to be best prepared in the box when you're facing, guys such as Hayes Lautenbach tonight, who's working quickly with a good fastball and off-speed mix, and just trying to figure out those pitchers?
Yeah, you brought up a lot of good points there. We had so many kids playing spring sports in extended postseasons that we didn't get a lot of practice time like a lot of other places do, and some of those kids are now learning on the fly, and Little Hawkeye Conference probably isn't the best place to be learning on the fly. So you really got to be mentally tough in order to get through this, because our conference schedule started a week earlier this year too. So in previous years, we've played some 1A, 2A teams to start off the year, and you kind of ease into it a little bit. And then you jump into the Little Hawkeye. Well, on night number 3, we were already playing DCG in a doubleheader, and we didn't even have our whole team. But, yeah, we've been trying to tell the kids, we don't get many practices, but one thing we do every day is hit in the cage and do T drills and stuff like that. And we're trying to, get the right mindset of attack fastballs and lay off early curveballs. It seems simple to people like Coach Menninga and I, who have played, I hate to say how many years ago, but these kids need to get that same mindset, and it takes experience, and unfortunately that's what they're trying to get in the Little Hawkeye Conference when you're up against pretty good pitching every night.
Exactly right. And just, looking at this team too, one aspect that's going to go under the radar because it's not going to show up in the box score, defense. I thought your defense tonight was terrific. I think of, Dean Durande. We mentioned, he's a kid who come into tonight with 2 career at-bats to his name. Yeah. And, he's still trying to learn it at the plate, but he goes out there at second base and makes an over-the-shoulder catch in shallow right field tonight. I think of the sliding catch that Brecken Ritzert made in center field. Multiple great blocks by your catchers tonight. Your defense feels like it is, matching that pitching effort that it's getting, Unfortunately, the offense for Pella just able to find a few holes tonight, but the defense has played really well this year.
Yeah, we're starting to gradually find, that steady lineup, I guess. Back to the spring sports thing, at the start of the year, we had a different lineup every single night. Not only batting lineup, but just defensive lineups. And now we're kind of gradually getting a little more comfortable with where kids are probably going to play out the rest of the season. Like we told them tonight, we're still looking for a couple competitive bats towards the end of our lineup. Just even if they're not getting a high batting average, put the ball in play. Just have good at bats. But yeah, I think the more we work at it, it's going to come around. I'm sure it will. And then once the last week of our season, that's where we get our 1A, 2A games. We shoved them there since the conference ends a little early this year. So maybe that'll get us some momentum going into districts.
That'll be good. We mentioned already you got the Eddyville tournament on Saturday. I know that's going to be another opportunity to just kind of build some momentum ahead of more Little Hawkeye Conference play, because it doesn't get any easier. Monday, Oskaloosa, who's been really strong here to start the year. Tentative plan right now is Centerville on Tuesday, Wednesday, Indianola Thursday or Friday. Conference schedule flips back over. It's Dallas Center Grimes all over again, and you get back into it. How big is Saturday, Monday going to be for just the boost of this team as you get ready to start into that final 2 games of Little Hawkeye Conference play and restarting the Little Hawkeye Conference schedule for the second round of the round robin scheduling.
Yeah, the conference or the tournament tomorrow. You don't want to take it lightly, that's for sure, because as soon as you just overlook somebody, they're going to come bite you in the butt. But we're going to get some kids on the mound that haven't probably been on the mound as much lately, like Garrett Wheeler tonight threw a good inning. He'll probably get a little more time on the mound tomorrow. We got 3 guys, I think, that are ineligible tomorrow due to pitch count stuff. So, yeah, we're going to get some kids on the mound, and then, roll right into next week. And at least we don't have as many games next week. This was our big week. Originally it was set out to be 8 games over 6 days. We did have the rain out against Centerville, so that got pushed to next week, and now that gives us 5 games next week. So it'll be a little easier to manage pitching next week. But, yeah, we'll finish up this week with getting some kids on the mound that haven't got the mound time recently, and who knows, we might get some more younger kids at bats if depending on how games go.
Coach Feinhardt, appreciate the time as always. Best of luck at Eddyville on Saturday morning, and then against Oskaloosa on Monday night. We'll looking forward to getting over there, but again, appreciate the time as always, and looking forward to our future conversations.
You bet. It's always a pleasure.
Absolutely. That was Chris Feinart, head coach of the Pella Christian baseball team, powered by Hy-Vee. And that'll send us to In Closing, presented by Light and State Bank. Thanks for tuning in to Pella Christian and Pella High School baseball. The Dutch able to take the doubleheader here, working hard for it, but getting the job done. That's going to do it for us. That's In Closing, presented by Light and State Bank. Grow strong with us. Sending it back to Alex Benjamin in the studio. Thanks for tuning in to Pella Christian and Pella High School baseball on KNIA, KRLS.com, and on the Pella Dutch Live YouTube channel. We kicked the crap out of them, too. Sage Young started that game for Pella. Yeah. Well, so they got hosed